in Saskatchewan. 61 constituencies around this province right now. The polls are closing. And in the next few minutes, the labor-intensive job of counting over about 500,000, maybe just under 500,000 votes will be getting underway in earnest in just a few minutes. Welcome to Sask Today's coverage of Sask Votes 2024. Tonight we're broadcasting on 620 CKRM in Regina, as well as GX 94 Radio in Yorkton. We're also being seen live online, which is unfortunate for some of you people who are not used to seeing radio people on television, but there you are. We are also being seen online as we stream this from SASKTODAY.ca, 620CKRM.com, GXRadio.com, GX94Radio.com, MooseJawToday.com, and Sask Ag Today. So lots of opportunities to see this as we go on tonight. My name is Andrew Dawson. I'll be your host this evening as we go through all of the election coverage that we're going to bring you tonight. We have reporters fanned out across this province. We'll be checking in on some of the key battleground areas around the province as well. But before any of that, I have with me my co-host tonight, who is one of the top reporters in the province, in my opinion, and just a great journalist all around who knows this stuff inside and out. I'm talking about, of course, Sask Today's John Cairns. John, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing great. We finally made it to the polls closing, and we're ready to roll. Yeah, it's exciting.
Isn't that the way? And that's always the way. Just a little inside baseball for those of you at home too. I mean, it's a lot of effort to put on a show like this and get everything all organized and all the coverage and everything that we've been doing over the last few months. Just before we get into some of the nuts and bolts, what's been your read of the campaign so far? I mean, here we are now. The polls are closed. The politicians can't talk anymore. They get their report card probably in the next hour and a half from Saskatchewan. What are you thinking about tonight?
I'm thinking that, it's been kind of a wild and strange campaign at times with some of the things that went on, with gunshots that didn't turn out to be gunshots and things of that nature. Mm-hmm. But, a lot on the line tonight with the Saskatchewan Party trying to extend its 17-year hold in office. Scott Moe trying to extend that 6-year hold as Premier of Saskatchewan. And on the other hand, you have the NDP, and you've got Carla Beck trying to make history and become the first female Premier of the province of Saskatchewan. So a lot of history on the line tonight.
And it's a big battering ram that the NDP has been trying to hammer away at two key Sask Party positions, and that is urban and that is their rural wall as well. I mean, and that is going to be a tough task for them to disassemble that tonight, don't you think?
I think so, and we're going to be talking a bit more about that as the night unfolds, about what the NDP has to do to win this election, and it's kind of a narrow path as I see it. They basically need to break through the wall and take the wall down, and we'll see if it happens tonight.
Now, in a minute, we're going to take you to one of our reporters in just a couple of seconds. His name is Jeff Davis, and we'll just, before we do that, though, I just want to tell you, we have reporters fanned out across the province, more than a dozen, I think 16, I think was the last count we had. Was it something like that? I mean, we've got people all over the place doing this for you tonight, and we're going to focus on 6 key battlegrounds, but we're going to narrow that down to 5 key battlegrounds.
Right.
So we've got Regina, we've got Saskatoon, Moose Jaw,
right,
the Battlefords,
right,
and PA in the north. Those are our 5 sort of keys. Now, one of the reasons, tell me why, just for the audience at home too, John, why are the cities so important for the NDP to win, but even more importantly for the Sask Party not to lose?
Because for the NDP, it's their easiest path to form majority government. If they want to form majority government, they need to reclaim the seats in the city that they used to hold at one point in time very strongly. And we're talking about seats in the urban areas, Saskatoon, Regina. At one point in time, they did very well in the cities, would sweep most of the seats in the cities. And that's what they're hoping to replicate here. And in the case of the Sask Party, they've already got a built-in advantage in the rural areas. There are 28 ridings in rural Saskatchewan where they won last time with between the mid-60s% of the vote up into the 80s. So that's a tall order to overcome that.
So really, before we get in, and we will get into the nuts and bolts of this, but before, one of the things the NDP has to do is turn some of those around, and those are some pretty staunch Sask Party ridings. So if they start to flip tonight, you might start to think maybe someone's trying to send the Sask Party a message, or maybe it might be a long night for the governing Sask Party as well.
Yeah, there are a number of seats in the cities that I'm going to be looking at very closely, and they are not the ones that you'd expect to look at in terms of battlegrounds, but more seats that the Saskatchewan Party has held for a number of years. Seats like Saskatoon Willow Grove, for example, Ken Cheveldayoff.
Yeah.
If the NDP are doing well in a riding like that and beating Cheveldayoff, that's a huge sign. It's a sign something big could be happening tonight.
So we're going to be keeping an eye on all this. The main party leaders are in two different places as well tonight. You have Scott Moe, who's in Shellbrook, and you have Carla Beck, who's in Regina, and two different events. Now, as the night goes on, we hope to bring you their speeches, whether they're concession speeches, whether they're victory speeches. I think we'll find that out in the next 45 minutes to an hour and a half or so. Let's look back at the 29th Provincial back on August 26th on 2020. I just want to throw some of these numbers out because they're really interesting. 444,997 votes. This was 2020. And remember, there were a lot of mail-in ballots in 2020 because of COVID.
Yeah.
52, that's about 52.86% of eligible voters. That's decent turnout. So we ended up with, the standings ended up being Sask Party 48, NDP 13. But that's a little different than we had at dissolution, wasn't it?
Yeah, at dissolution we had Sask Party 42, NDP 14. Sask United had one, that's Nadine Wilson up in Sask Rivers.
Correct.
We had 3 independents, and those were Ryan Domator in Cutknife Turtleford, Greg Lawrence in Moose Jaw Waccamaw, and Randy Weeks, who you may have remembered on the last day of the session, posted on social media his cut-up Sask Party caucus card. So he quit the party on the last day of the session, so he ended up being an independent as well. And we had, as well, one vacancy, and that vacancy being Gord Wyant, who
that's right,
resigned, and he is now running for mayor of Saskatoon.
Yeah, and so that's a different show in a couple of weeks' time. We'll talk about that.
Yeah.
That's right, when we get into the municipal elections, which follow the provincial, by the way, by just a couple of weeks. So you have that, and let's just quickly talk about your path to 31. For anybody out there who hasn't read this article, by the way, if you're on Sask Today right now and you're watching this live stream, find that story on the webpage and read it. It is absolutely fantastic. It was really well done, John. A great piece about what each party needs to do to get to that magic 31, because 31 is the number you need for a majority when we have how many seats in the legislature?
We have 61 seats.
See, there we go. I was just testing you there. You fixed my math on the fly there, so I was impressed with that.
Yeah.
So let's jump into this here. Let's find out how things are going in Shellbrook, first of all. Why don't we start there right now before we jump in to some of this path to 31 stuff? I'm just curious. We have with us Jeff Davis, who is our reporter on the ground in Shellbrook, which is where Scott Moe has his headquarters tonight, where he'll be speaking later on. Whether this is a victory speech or the other kind of speech, we'll find out. But Jeff, why don't you tell us exactly how things are going in Shellbrook?
Hi, this is Jeff Davis here for Harvard Radio at Richardson Pioneer Recreation Center in Shellbrook, Saskatchewan. We're here on location this evening because Sask Party MLA and incumbent Premier Scott Moe is here in this riding, and we'll be hearing from him after the polls close at 8 o'clock or sometime thereafter. So, a lot of excitement in the air. This is basically still in hockey practice mode. The Zamboni's on the ice now, and we're kind of getting switched over into political watching mode. That's the sport of the evening, and we'll have more updates throughout the evening from here at the arena in Shellbrook.
And that's Jeff Davis checking in with us from Shellbrook, one of many reporters that we have spread out across Saskatchewan for you tonight. Of course, we have someone with Carla Beck and the NDP. We'll be checking in with Martin Oldhughes a little later on in this show. But it's before we jump into this, I want to do this path to 31 with you because I've been dying to talk about this. Let's talk really quick about the NDP and. We've had so many Sask Party majorities in a row. Each time there seems to be optimism, but each election night they usually go home empty-handed. What makes tonight different? Because a lot of people are talking about the NDP have a serious chance to break through tonight.
A lot of talk about the Sask Party being in power for 17 years, of being old and tired. I know that during the campaign, it was just relentless from the NDP. It was like one day after another, bam, bam, bam. Every day they focused on the healthcare issue and basically raised horror stories about the healthcare system in Saskatchewan, and just one day after another, just a relentless focus on that, and that seemed to throw the Sask Party off stride a little bit during the campaign, and that's why you've seen some of the polling numbers narrow by the end of the campaign, and in fact, we've seen some polls like in Citrix and Main Street putting the NDP ahead. So if those numbers come true tonight, we're going to have a lot to talk about.
Well, no question, and it could be a long night for everybody tonight, including the Sask Party, if that's the way it goes. But very, very interesting. Now, in your story, or in your article where you talked about the path to 31, let's start with the NDP because we're already on there. One of the things you thought was the number one priority was to take back Athabasca, which used to be, that northern stuff used to just be NDP stronghold, but not so much anymore.
That's right. First priority for the NDP. Well, first of all, they have to hold the 14 seats that they've got. I mean, those are just basically must-wins. But then after that, the first order of business has got to be taking back Athabasca, because back in 2022, they had the by-election there. Buckley Boulanger was the MLA there for a long period of time, ended up resigning to run federally. For the Liberals, actually, didn't go too well for him.
I don't think that worked out for him.
Didn't work out for him at all. But then came the by-election, and that didn't work out for the NDP because Jim LeMaig ended up winning for the Sask Party by about 1,000 votes. And then it just, that caused shockwaves in Saskatchewan politics because Ryan Miley ended up resigning as leader of the NDP soon after, and that ended up paving the way for Carla Beck to eventually take over. So there is a long NDP history in that riding, and that's why they need to win that seat and take it back, and that is key to getting to 31.
And then the next task for the NDP, in your mind, is the blue wall. Why don't you explain to everybody what... I mean, I think some people out there who are political junkies especially know what the blue wall is. Why don't you tell us?
Actually, more like the green wall.
The green wall, I guess.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah.
We'll talk about the blue wall later.
Let's do the green wall first.
But we'll do the green wall
exactly.
first. Well, first of all, they've got the battlegrounds that they've got to win in Saskatoon and Regina and Prince Albert, because there's about 8 seats in Saskatoon, Regina, Prince Albert, and Moose Jaw, which are winnable for the NDP, and that includes places like Riversdale, which used to be the seat of Roy Romano and Lorne Calvert. It was won last time by the Saskatchewan Party by a couple of hundred votes, and that's got to be a seat that they've got to win tonight. Let me just call up the list here of the seats we're talking about. Seats like Saskatoon, Churchill, Wildwood, where Lisa Lambert, she barely won last time. She's in a tough fight for re-election tonight. David Buckingham in Saskatoon Westview, that's another tight one. In Regina, you have seats like Regina Pasqua, which is a seat that in the last election, it seems to have a history of being razor tight in every election. So that's another one that the NDP is going to have to flip. Same with Regina Northeast, which used to be the riding of Gary Gruhl, who has had considerable trouble with the conflict of interest commissioner during this campaign, making his ruling against him. So that's another one to watch out for. And also you have Moose Jaw, Wakamo, and also both seats in Prince Albert. And Prince Albert, it's been very interesting watching the campaign of the leaders, because they have particularly targeted both Moose Jaw and Prince Albert.
Yeah.
Like, they have been there a lot, which tells me a lot about how important those ridings are and how close it is.
Yeah, and they've spent a lot of times in the 2 larger cities, Regina, Saskatoon as well. But I think it's absolutely clear. You're absolutely hitting the nail on the head. That's where it shows they wanted to spend their time and spend their money, where in towns and in the cities like that, where they think that they might be able to either hold on to their seats or try to pinch them from the others. So it's very, very interesting how this is all played out. When we talk about the wild card when it comes to the green wall, right, there is one wild card in that, and that's Sask United.
Sask United is the true wild card in this poker game, as I say in my article.
Yeah, you notice I took that right out of your article,
you
right?
Bet.
Okay, good.
That's right. They could screw things up in a big way for the Saskatchewan Party in a number of ridings that they need to win, where you have Sask United candidates who may not themselves have a chance to win, but who have a chance to place boiler and steal a number of votes away from the Sask Party, and that could make the difference in allowing NDPers to get elected.
Well, let's talk about this just for a quick sec. You know, when you look at the polling numbers from 2020 and you see the vast majority that the Sask Party won a lot of these ridings with, even with Sask United members there, even when you added that total to what the NDP had, it was still nowhere near enough to touch the Sask Party. But do you feel that maybe there might be a little bit more of that this time around? In other words, more Sask United might get some votes that they wouldn't have gotten last time?
Well, that's one thing we're going to be watching. I mean, Sask United is kind of the big unknown in this election about how well are they going to do. Will they be able to keep any of their seats tonight? We have Nadine Wilson up in Sask Rivers. That's the only MLA from the party in the last house running for re-election. You have John Hromick in Lumsden Morris. He's trying again to win a seat in the legislature after losing the by-election last year. So those are two that we're going to be looking very, very closely at.
See, that was something too, and we've talked about this in the last few days too. When the Sask Party saw the results of that by-election, they were happy, of course, because they won. But I don't think they were happy with the margin of victory, and they were very concerned about what Sask United did in that.
I think they were a little bit freaked out, frankly, because Sask United got over 20% of the vote. And usually if you have like a minor party, a smaller party, you know, it's like 5%, 10%, 20% is a significant chunk of change. If you're, one of those smaller parties, it puts you on the map, and it certainly got the attention of the Sask Party. And I think that they have been trying to maybe steal a few of the policies of Sask United during this campaign. We'll see how successful that's been.
And it's been very interesting, too. This whole campaign, 27 days long, you know, not the longest in the world, but not the shortest, but 27 days. And there's been all kinds of things coming up that we've seen like that. We've seen them take a couple of pages out of the Sask Party out of the Sask United Party handbook, and maybe even from the left side of the aisle as well, as they've gone forward in this campaign. Now, we're going to be using all the results coming in tonight for us are going to be from elections.sk.ca. So we're going to be passing them on to you. One interesting note off the top here that they have here: there were 32,476 mail-in ballots issued this time around. There are 829,884 eligible voters. Of those, 810,816 are registered voters.
Yeah.
So that's a pretty good number when only 19,000, just under 19,000, are registered and eligible. That's fantastic. So hopefully almost all of those people cast a ballot, but we were at around 445,000 last time. So it'll be interesting to see as we go forward if these turn into more votes for either the Sask Party or the NDP or one of the other parties that are running in this too. Yeah. So let's just do a quick reset. My name's Andrew Dawson. I have John Cairns here with me from Sask Today as we bring you the very latest in election results. We're waiting for our first numbers to come in. What do you remember from 2020? I seem to remember about 8:40, 8:45, we started to kind of get our first sort of indication where things were going, and I think by 9 o'clock it was over.
Actually, it was about 8:25. About that time is when the first results came in, and then it was kind of a flood after that, and by 8:35 it was over. Yeah. We knew that Scott Moe was in for another term as premier, and it was a very short night in a lot of ways. And the other thing I remember is that it was the COVID era. So we had nobody in the victory parties afterwards. It was a very quiet victory party for Scott Moe. I believe it was in Saskatoon last time. Yeah. And same thing for the NDP. It was it would have been quiet anyway. But no people there, so it's very unusual times.
So on top of our reporters as part of our coverage on Sask Today, 620 CKRM, GX94, and all of Harvard Media News, one of the key people we've been using this is a professor of politics and international studies at the University of Regina, and that's Tom McIntosh. Tom is, you've spoken to him several times. I mean, here's a guy that's knowledgeable, and he can put all this stuff into sort of context for us. And you had a chance to sit down with him a little while ago and ask him some questions about tonight. And the first thing we talked to him about was what he thought or how he thought tonight was going to go.
Well, it's certainly been an interesting campaign. I think it's grabbed a lot of public attention. I think it's created a lot of talk and all of that. I don't know that the results are going to be much different now than what I expected at the beginning of the campaign. But it's been a very energetic campaign. It's been it's garnered a lot of attention, not just in Saskatchewan, but in fact across the country. There are people watching the campaign, which I find really interesting. Doesn't happen a lot for Saskatchewan provincial elections.
Yeah. You still think the Sask Party has the advantage going into election night, or because we're seeing some polls coming out saying the NDP have maybe pulled in front here?
Yeah, there is, I think, a slim chance, and I would say it's still probably pretty slim, that the NDP could actually win the popular vote, but I don't see the seat count changing much more than what I thought it was going to be, which is it'll be probably a Sask Party majority, smaller than it was, and a bigger NDP opposition caucus going forward. But still a Sask Party government.
What do you make of the last number of days on the campaign trail? It seems to me it's gotten kind of vicious on the campaign trail.
It's gotten a little testier and a little crankier, which maybe given it's been, not a terribly long campaign, but sort of intense and people are tired and all of that. There have been a couple of sort of twists to the plot. We had the Premier suddenly make a bathroom bill his number one priority, which I think took a lot of people by surprise, given he never mentioned any of this during the debate as a priority at all. They were all talking healthcare and affordability at that time. And then we had this strange little incident with, the gunshots that weren't gunshots at a campaign office. And it looks now like the Premier jumped the gun on referring to these as gunshots. So there's been some odd twists like that. And yeah, I think it has been maybe a little testier and a little nastier, more pointed. But I think that's to some extent to be expected. He wants to keep the majority as large as he can. And Carla Beck is trying to push things over into forming a government herself.
How should each of the parties be feeling about election night? Nervous, hopeful, dreading the experience, or what?
I suspect, the NDP have had this sort of characteristic, I've said this before to other people, kind of happy warriors attitude about them, about the campaign, and, very energized and very energetic. I think less so on the part of the Sask Party, but they're a 17-year-old government. It's kind of hard to have the same kind of enthusiasm. I think the Sask Party will go into election night being very hopeful, and because I think they're expecting, and I think everybody is expecting, they will go up significantly in seats. The question will be how significantly they go up. I don't know that the Sask Party is dreading election night, but they're going to be anxious and nervous because, of course, I think even they would admit that they're going to lose some seats. They'll have fewer seats coming in than they had, fewer seats coming out of the election than they had going into it. And the question will be how many will they lose? So I think, it'll be slightly more anxious and worried on the Sask Party side. But ultimately, I think they're still going to wind up most likely forming a government.
In terms of just election night and the early returns, what should we be looking out for, and what would you be looking out for in those returns?
Well, for me, I think the interesting thing will be sort of two broad categories. How well does the NDP actually do in the two big cities? Do they get close to a sweep of the cities? And then it's those, I think, what people are now calling the battleground cities, Moose Jaw and Prince Albert and Battlefords and whatnot, and just see if there's any breakthrough there and if the NDP can recapture seats that they used to hold quite a long time ago in those places. Because again, that would be a sign of growing momentum and growing support and whatnot. And then they're not just a party of Regina and Saskatoon. So that's going to be important for them. I think those are the big ones. I think most of the rural seats are, I don't expect there to be much excitement in any of them.
How big has it been, just looking at Moose Jaw and Prince Albert? It seems like the leaders have spent a lot of time in those two communities especially.
Yes, and I think those are the places where it's really the test of the popularity and position of the government, as well as the desire for change. I think that's what, I think that's why everybody perceives those cities as, to a greater or lesser degree, as up for grabs. And if, for the Sask Party, if they're going to lose seats in the big cities, they need to have some seats in some of the other cities. For the NDP, it's exactly the opposite. It's about, we're not just a Regina and Saskatoon party. We're also a party that has representation in other parts of the province. So I think both of those cities are really important for both parties.
And there you go. That was Tom McIntosh, one of our poli-sci professors we were using in our coverage, John, kind of hitting on some of the same notes you were.
Yeah, that's right. And very interesting discussions we've had over the course of the campaign. And he doesn't seem to think that there's going to be a change in government tonight, but you never know. I mean, the history of this province is that at the provincial political level, surprises tend to happen when you least expect it. Like in 1982, nobody expected Grant Devine would win by the size that he did, that he'd take out so many cabinet ministers like Roy Romano in that one. 1999 was another surprise because of how close it was, because no one expected the Sask Party to do as well as they ended up doing. Ended up being a minority government, which no one expected, with the NDP, with Romano as premier. Surprises do tend to happen when you least expect it in this province, and that's what's exciting about politics around here.
Absolutely. So as we continue our election coverage for you tonight, we're just going to double check again. I'm going to pop back over to the Sask Elections website just to make sure we're not missing anything new, and so far we are not.
We are not. We're zeros across the board.
Zeros across the board, which is not a surprise, but pretty soon I'm pretty sure we're going to start seeing some numbers in the next few minutes. So we're going to continue to break this down for you, and let's start checking in again with some of our other reporters who are out and about tonight. One of them is Martin Oldhughes. We'll get to him in a minute. But first, I think we want to talk to Jason Antonio, who's in an area we were just talking about a minute ago, Sask United, Lumsden, right?
Yeah.
Jason is out there with John Haramick and that team and setting the scene for us out there. Jason, what do you have for us?
The Sask United Party has its headquarters set up at the Lumsden Hotel and Steak Pit because John Haramick, the leader of the Sask United Party, is running in this constituency. Also running in this constituency is the Sask Party's Blaine McLeod, who is the incumbent, and he's held this seat since winning a by-election in August 2023. Running for the NDP is Chantal Baudot, who is a teacher in Prairie Valley and a professor at U of R. Running for the Green Party is Isaiah Hunter, who is a student at Sask Polytech, and he actually ran in the 2020 provincial election in this riding and the by-election. Some of the issues in this constituency this election include agriculture, especially crop insurance, building and maintaining infrastructure, especially highways for farm machinery, and supporting economic activity. For Sask Votes 2024 on SASKTODAY.ca and MooseJawToday.com, I'm Jason Antonio.
And you'll see Jason's byline a lot on Sask today, as well as a Moose Jaw today as well. He's a Moose Jaw-based reporter, but out in Lumsden for us tonight, and that was an area we were just talking about a few minutes ago about Sask United. One, of course, the other parties we're watching is the NDP, and Martin Oldhughes is with them. Now, the NDP are set up here in Regina for their headquarters, at least for the Regina area sort of MP or MLAs.
Yep.
And so most of the MLAs from the city, and I'm thinking of like Trevor Watherspoon and Mira Conway and some of these guys, they'll all be at this one main thing tonight that the NDP has. And Martin Oldhughes is there, and he's going to let us know how things are going at the Doubletree, where the NDP are.
I'm currently inside the Doubletree Hotel, where the NDP are holding their election night campaign. Carla Beck isn't here yet, but eventually she'll be coming here to either give her victory speech or defeat speech. Now, polls have suggested Carla Beck has actually been ahead in the race, but the NDP leader hasn't been really focused on that. Instead, she's been focused on her campaign to add 800 healthcare workers, cut the PST on children's clothing, and axe the gas tax on day one. Whether Carla Beck and the NDP will win this election will be decided in less than an hour. Reporting live for SASKTODAY.ca, I'm Martin Oldhughes.
Thank you very much, Martin. And we'll be checking back in with you. Of course, a very important place for Martin Oldhughes tonight. At some point this evening, we expect to be hearing from Carla Beck, whether, again, as we've mentioned a few times, whether that's a victory speech or whether that's a concession speech or maybe something in between. Who knows? I mean, John, you and I, real quick before we jump into the other thing we were talking about, we were watching the BC thing unfold.
Oh, yeah.
And today that was finally, looks like it's all settled. The NDP looks like they're going back in there after winning that Surrey-Guildford riding, which is, to be honest, not far from where I used to live back in the day, way back in the day. But not surprising. What is it to you, the way BC went this time?
BC has a habit of being divided,
Yes.
polarized, razor tight. This is not the first time we've had an election like this in British Columbia. I believe 2 elections ago was
Very
the
similar.
the BC Liberals and Christy Clark came 1 seat short of majority government, and that was all it took for John Horgan to do the deal with the Greens to take out the BC Liberals, and they had the non-confidence vote, and I tuned into all that on TV. It was exciting stuff for if you live in BC, and I have a whole bunch of family out there, so I want to say hi to all of them tonight.
I still got a lot of friends out there, and we've been talking a lot on social media and stuff back and forth about what's happening. You brought up Christy Clark, former premier of BC, cabinet minister before that, talk show host at the radio station I used to work at, actually. But I have it on very good authority. She's taking French lessons and plans to run for a Liberal seat in BC in the federal election.
Interesting.
Isn't that an interesting little development out there, huh?
I have heard rumors that she might be interested in becoming prime minister one of these days.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what the rumor is.
That's it. So very interesting. So let's jump back into our election now. We heard from Martin Oldhughes a minute ago. He's with the NDP at the Doubletree tonight. That's where they're all gathering. John, in your article, The Path to 31, which, again, I encourage everybody, if you've got Sask Today right in front of you, by all means, go grab that and have a read at that article tonight. Just fantastic stuff. You talk about the orange wall. Now, when you have 14 or 13 seats, you don't really think of a wall, but there is an orange wall, isn't there?
And that orange wall is the NDP wall of their bedrock ridings. And they're located mainly in the major cities of Regina and Saskatoon. We're talking in Regina, we're talking Carla Beck's seat of Regina Lakeview, which has been NDP for the longest period of time. Mira Conway's seat of Regina Elphinstone Centre, that was a seat that was held way back when by Alan Blakeney when he was premier. So that's a bedrock riding. Nicole Sarr in Regina Douglas Park. That's another one that's very strongly NDP. And then in Saskatoon, you have ridings like Saskatoon Centre and Saskatoon Nutana, which are also part of that wall as well, bedrock ridings. And I'm almost tempted to lump Cumberland in as well, the northern riding.
Yeah, you'd think.
Now, one riding that usually would be part of the orange wall, which was not after the last election, was Riversdale. That used to be Roy Romano's seat, Lauren Calvert's seat, and last election it went to the Sask Party in a real stunner. So, which tells you, just how far the NDP had fallen the last number of elections.
Yeah.
But if the NDP, like I say, if the NDP hope to win a majority tonight, that's got to be one of the first ridings that they take back is Riversdale, and they got to not just take the seats that are swing ridings. They also have to dip into the bedrock ridings, the ridings that are tough to win in Regina and Saskatoon, and also in Moose Jaw and as well.
And we're still waiting to find out if they're making any headway in that. The first number is still yet to come in. We're now at 8:35.
This is taking a long time, actually.
I was actually going to point that out. I mean, I'm pretty sure we're okay. I'm pretty sure we're online and getting the information in. But we'll just keep an eye here on Elections Sask, or Elections SK.ca. Boy, going into this election, though, voting week, fantastic. I mean, my experience was I voted Friday in my neighborhood, and I walked in and I was the only person in the poll. They're all the pollsters, the people working the poll there. Yeah. But it was me and my wife and my daughter, and it was quiet. And I finally had to make a joke because I couldn't stand how quiet it was in there. Yeah. And I said to the person behind the counter, I said, I brought a bag of ballots with me. Which one of the boxes do I stuff it in? And there was this long pause. And then all of a sudden, they all laughed. And they said, finally, someone came in and makes a joke. It's been so quiet in here. Like, oh, my goodness, But what a great experience this was. I mean, I was in and out of there in seconds. You can't complain about that. And this voting week seems to have been very popular.
Yeah, very popular indeed, with a lot of voters, 273,000, over 273,000 voters taking advantage of that. And, it's brand new to Saskatchewan. In the past, we'd have early voting and advanced polls, but you had to prove that you had to you couldn't vote on election day, right?
Essentially,
You had to
have a reason
not to vote.
Yeah.
And it's much more convenient. I think it encourages people to get out and vote, and it's been a big success for Elections Saskatchewan, I think.
I absolutely agree. I mean, I think this is probably, we're looking at the future. I think other provinces or other districts might, embrace something like this. Instead of having, like we would normally have a few polls open on a Saturday and a Sunday or a couple of days through the week before, having a whole election week just gives everybody, there's pretty much no excuse. I think that's essentially it. You have 5 days to vote, and then you have actual election day. I mean, there's really no excuse. So if you didn't want to vote, it's certainly because you couldn't access a poll. That's certainly for sure. And it just really, really good experience for me and my family, and hopefully everybody else found it out there just as good and just as simple. As we're continuing to get information coming in, I'm even checking my cell phone here so we can continue to coordinate this information for you as we're keeping an eye on the numbers. John, you keep turning over the page and you're not seeing anything. So
we've got some time to kill here.
Well, that's good because you and I are, that's what we do best. We do that well.
I got some stats to tell you about. About voting week, since we were talking about that.
Okay.
Here's the stats.
Amaze me with your numbers, please.
And these aren't exactly amazing. They come straight from the Sask Votes website.
Okay.
And so 810,816 registered voters, right?
Yeah.
So we talked about that. 32,405 vote by mail. Oh, we got Jeff Davis on the line.
We do.
I'll just hold off on the stats, and we'll let Jeff Davis talk.
All right, well, let's get Jeff to join us. I think Jeff might have a guest with us as well. Jeff, is that you that's there?
Yeah, that's me. This is Jeff Davis reporting in from Shellbrook, and I've got here with me Reg Down. He is a campaign coordinator with the Saskatchewan Party Central office. I'm going to pass him the phone here, and he'll be live on the air with you guys now.
Fantastic. That sounds good. Well, welcome, Reg, into the conversation. Reg, how you doing tonight?
Good. How about yourself?
Oh, we're doing pretty good. You've got John Cairns here from Sask Today, and myself, Andrew Dawson. Reg, first of all, tell everybody out there what your role is with the Sask Party and what you do.
I'm the campaign coordinator for the campaign during when I'm a senior advisor to the premier as well.
So needless to say, you're in the know. So a good person to talk to.
I suppose so. Sure.
How did you like the way the campaign unfolded from your perspective, from the Sask Party perspective?
We think it went well. We think Premier Moe was able to present the program that we wanted, the platform that we wanted, to make life more affordable for Saskatchewan people, to keep the growth of this province going, and to deliver a strong economy and a bright future going forward. We think that went very well at the provincial level. We also think it went very well at the local level, as our candidates and their campaign teams are out on the doorsteps every night, meeting upwards of 20,000 voters every night throughout the campaign, and then this last week talking to people again to ask them to go to the polls and to support the Saskatchewan Party. Very well done at both levels.
Yeah. If I could just interject, we have some initial returns finally in. 7 leading for the Sask Party, 1 for the NDP. So,
I'm good with that.
Yeah, you want to call it a night, Reg, and say that's it?
Yeah, is that okay? Yeah, probably not quite yet, but I'll take that as an initial a good start, I guess.
Just over 1,000 votes counted so far in the early returns.
Very early.
Yeah,
very
for sure.
early. I wouldn't read too much. Too much into it. But that's the first results I had heard as well. I'm hearing it live with there. I've been hitting refresh on my phone, and we've had nothing till now.
So, Reg, let me ask you this question. I mean, you talked about some of the successes and some of the good things you saw on the campaign trail. There must have been some challenges out there, but how do you feel that your party dealt with those?
Well, I think the biggest challenge is just that, this is a 17-year government. We're going for our 5th term in government, something that, well, frankly, no government in Canada right now is in their 5th term, and that hasn't been accomplished here in Saskatchewan since 1960. So, I mean, people do, after a while, start to think about whether it's time to change the government. But I think we were able to present a program that said, no, I think the better option is to stick with the Saskatchewan Party, stick with the plan that we have, a growing province, strong economy going forward. We were able to present the choice between ourselves and the NDP, and I think that was the biggest challenge, but I also think we met that challenge.
Well, Reg, listen, do you have anything you want to add for Reg, by the way, before we let him go? I don't want to speak for you,
No, I think, I guess, how's the mood there? How are you personally feeling now that you've got some early returns that have the Sask Party ahead?
Oh, well, good. I mean, again, those are early returns, but I mean, we're just feeling good. We think the campaign went well. We think it's, it probably is going to be a bit closer election than we've seen for a while now, but we're still feeling we're in a very strong position, and that's, of course, thanks to the voters of Saskatchewan. We'll see.
Are you unfazed by some of the polls that came out in the last few days of the campaigns, the ones that had the NDP ahead?
There was one poll that was going on for the last week, and that was the one the voters were actually voting in. It's a poll of about 500,000 people, and that's the one that we're going to pay attention to tonight when we see the results of that poll come back. Which I guess we have 1,000 votes already.
Yeah, you got 1,000 and another 400 some odd thousand to count. I think about 300,000 some odd to count.
Yeah, something like that.
We got a little ways to go yet, Reg. But listen, thanks very much for taking the time. Really appreciate talking to you, and best of luck tonight, I guess.
Thank you. Good talking to you as well.
Thank you very much. So we've just checked in the Shellbrook area again. That's where Premier Scott Moe, or Sask Party leader Scott Moe, is tonight. Carla Beck here in Regina. You are listening to Sask Votes 2024 on 620 CKRM, GX94 Radio, SASKTODAY.ca. Just a great way. And by the way, just if you're watching this on 620 CKRM or Sask Today or GX94, this is all kind of new to us. This is really the first time we've done election night like this. And I just want to thank our crew, Curtis Gammon, who's sitting right across from us, who's helping us with all the cool camera work and all the graphics and things going up. Alan Lai, who's working as the op. And if you don't know Alan, by the way, you see him writing some stuff for the Sports Cage as well. And he's been doing a good job with that. So thank you, boys. Thanks for everything you're doing for us tonight. And my co-host tonight, John Cairns from Sask Today, as we break this down. Interesting what Reg was talking about. And let's be fair. I mean, he was just sort of repeating the rhetoric, if you know what I mean. But really, I mean, if you're a Sask Party member, you're probably feeling okay. You probably feel like your party did enough to get the victory tonight.
Yeah. I think that that's certainly what they're hoping for. They had a campaign. Their message was strong economy, bright future. They had a positive campaign going for the most part. They hit back at the NDP a few times, but they had that forward-thinking approach, of optimism, of a bright future, and that's basically the campaign they ran. I think I should run down some of the results we have.
Real quick, I have to make a correction, and I have to do this live on the radio because I made an error. I called Alan Lai, and it's Alan Lee, and I apologize, Alan. That's my fault. That's just my apologize, buddy. That's Alan Lee, who is handling all the stuff over here. Curtis Gammon, and am I saying that correct, Curtis? Am I getting that right? Yeah, I am. Curtis Gammon over there as well. So, yes, give us the latest numbers, John. Hit it.
Okay, Saskatchewan Party leading in 7, NDP leading in 1. Very early returns, only 1,099 votes counted to this point in Saskatchewan. NDP are leading in Athabasca by 33 votes right now, just 4 polls out of 31 reporting in there. NDP, so the NDP leading in Athabasca. Sask Party are leading in Cannington, Cumberland. That's interesting that they're leading in Cumberland.
Yeah.
Cypress Hills, Last Mountain, Touchwood, actually only by 13 votes in Last Mountain. It's a very close race there between Sask Party, NDP, and Sask United. Sask United has, it's 45 for the Sask Party, 32 for the NDP, 20 for Sask United. So quite a Sask United vote in the early going in Last Mountain, Touchwood.
Yeah, for sure. But again, just to everybody knows, we're getting 2 of 37 or 4 of 39 polling stations reporting in, so it's still pretty early. Still obviously way too early to talk about anything sort of else in terms of as it's going forward. But
yeah.
if people are interested in the numbers, let's give them to you. 65.9% of the votes so far to the Sask Party, 23.1% to the New Democrats, 6.1% to the United Party, 3.8% to the Buffalo Party, 1.3% to the Greens, 0.1% to Independent. Yeah. And then you have the PCs and the Saskatchewan Progress Party, neither of which have made it onto the scoreboard yet with any votes. But again, it is we have just a handful of polls that have reported in so far, John.
Early returns, Colleen Young leading in Lloydminster, 2 of 28 polls reporting. Colleen Young has 62 votes, NDP have 8 there so far. And Rostern Shellbrook, Scott Moe leading there, 161 votes there for Scott Moe, 26 for the NDP, 13 for Sask United. 2 out of 38 reporting.
I'm pretty sure that Scott Moe is going to win his riding.
I'm pretty sure too.
I don't really
That's
see anything.
That's not an official projection.
Yeah, no official projection. But just as we're talking in speculation, I haven't really seen anything that shows me that he's going to have a serious challenge there.
Yeah.
Yeah, not at all. So as we continue to go through this, as you can see, the numbers very preliminary right now. As we've been through, just our first 45 minutes or so of coverage of this event tonight, these numbers should start coming in a little bit more fast and furiously. And we're going to continue to check in as well around the province with some of our various reporters. We've already heard from a couple of them. We have all sorts of them all around the province, especially with the leaders. So we'll be checking in with them as the night goes on. And of course, as we mentioned, Scott Moe is in Shellbrook. You have Carla Beck here in Regina, and the leader of Sask United as well, John Hromek, is in Lumsden. It is in his home riding for tonight as they're going forward. We're going to hear again from Tom McIntosh in a few minutes, in just a couple of more minutes. But I think, first of all, let's talk a little bit more. We were getting into the orange wall, and then we kind of got interrupted a bit when we jumped into some of the other stuff. But we've basically set the table this way. Summarize it for me, and you go ahead. I'll let you do it because you do it so well in your story. Okay. But just sort of, what are the 3 keys what are the 3 big things, the 2 things the Sask Party holds in their hands that helps them tonight?
They need to hold their rural firewall, basically, is what I call it. 28 seats where they won by in excess of 65% of the popular vote overall in those ridings. So they need to do that. And then if they just win 3 more, they win the election. I mean, that's basically all they need to do. And just 28 in rural, 3 more in urban, and then they win the election. NDP, it's a bit more of a we're getting some sirens outside, which is pretty interesting.
Yeah, hopefully someone didn't pull the fire alarm in the building, I hope. It's okay. They're passing by. Go ahead.
Okay. NDP, what they need to do is 14 seats. They have to hold their 14 seats that they had in the last House. pick up Athabasca, and right now they are leading in Athabasca.
That's where they're leading, yeah.
And then they have to win the eight battleground seats in Regina, Saskatoon, Prince Albert, and Moose Jaw, which are currently held by the Saskatchewan Party. So they have to pick those up. And then they have to crack into what I call the Sask Party urban firewall.
Yeah. And that's not going to be easy.
And that's 9 seats in Saskatoon, Regina, and Moose Jaw, which were won by the Saskatchewan Party in excess of 1,500 votes in each case. In some cases, we're talking massive margins of victory of over 3,000 votes. Each one of those ridings held by either a sitting cabinet minister or a former one in the last House. And I could just tell you there's like 5 ridings in Saskatoon that fall into this category, 3 in Regina, and 1 in Moose Jaw, being Moose Jaw North with Tim McLeod.
Yeah.
So those are ridings that if the NDP are going to win this election, they have to break through those 9 ridings.
Yeah.
And they don't have to win every one of them, but they have to win 8 out of the 9.
Yeah.
8 out of 9, and that gets them to 31 for a majority government. If they fall short, if they get to, say, 7 of 9, then they would have to look outside to a place like the Battlefords, where Jeremy Cockrell is running, and try and pick that one up.
And it's funny that you mentioned the Battlefords, because that's the next place I'd like to go to. We have Angela Brown with SAS today, who is standing by in the Battlefords, which is one of the areas you and I and our editorial staff, we talked to kick this around for a while, and we think the Battlefords might be a very interesting place to check things out. So let's see what Angela has to say from the Battlefords.
It will be an interesting race for the MLA seat in the Battlefords. Sask Party incumbent Jeremy Cockrell is vying for the seat among 3 other candidates. It's expected the NDP's Tom Krasinski will provide some tough competition as one of the contenders. Both Sask Party and NDP have been actively campaigning in lead up to the election. Some of the main issues in this election include education, healthcare, and affordability. Cockrell has been putting the focus on growing the economy, while Krasinski, a local teacher, has put emphasis on supporting education. The 2 other candidates running in the riding are the Green Party's Sarah Piotrowski and the Buffalo Party's Dale Richardson. The NDP have been dogging the Cockrell campaign about 2 conflict of interest investigations he has faced. Cockrell previously said he is open in his disclosures and will comply with any recommendations the conflict of interest commissioner makes. Cockrell will be in his campaign office and Krasinski at the local region hall in North Battleford tonight as the votes come in from each of the 12 voting stations. For Sask Votes 2024 on SASKTODAY.ca, I'm Angela Brown.
There's Angela Brown for us, one of our reporters in the Battleford. So, we're spanning out across the province here tonight as we're trying to keep an eye on this great province of ours as we see all the different things come in. We do have some new totals. John, why don't you just kind of give us a quick rundown here?
The Saskatchewan Party leading in 12, NDP still leading in 1, and still leading in Athabasca. And the ridings where Sask Party have the lead include Batoche, Cannington, Carrot River Valley, Cumberland, they're still ahead there, Cypress Hills, Kelvington, Wadena, Kindersley, Bigger, Last Mountain, Touchwood, Lloydminster, Moosomin, Montmartre, Rostern, Shellbrook, Scott Mo's riding, and Weyburn, Bengo.
Wow.
So 12 ridings.
Bingo.
And notice that the 12 ridings are all in, except for Cumberland, they're all in the rural firewall that we talked about.
Strange, you just talked about all that stuff.
The rural firewall for the Sask Party. So it means we still have to wait a little while longer to get a clear idea of what the actual trend is.
Yeah.
Because these are bedrock seats for the most part that the Sask Party are expected to do well in.
Yeah.
And so far they are in the very early returns.
And again, this is 2,500 votes total counted around the province.
Right.
So, we're still a long way away. Our number is going to be somewhere north of 444,000, probably. That's what it was in 2020 as we continue to go through tonight. One of the other reporters that we want to check in with this evening as well is Jeff Davis, who's with us in Shellbrook. So we just finished talking to Reg Downs up there, who is one of the campaign managers and chief advisor to Scott Moe. But Jeff has more for us from Shellbrook. Jeff, what's happening?
Reporting here from Shellbrook, Saskatchewan, this is Jeff Davis for Harvard Media at the Richardson Pioneer Recreation Center here at the campaign celebration party for Scott Moe. So this is his home riding, and his team is getting set up here with the catering for what they hope is a victory party tonight. Of course, the polls are looking much closer than they have in previous elections. So there's a bit more tension in the air than you'd usually see at a place like this. So everyone will be watching the polls closely when they close at 8 p.m. And they'll be hoping for a Sask Party victory here at Shellbrook. Thanks, and this is Jeff Davis for Harvard Media.
Jeff Davis reporting for us from Shellbrook there. John, wait a minute, you had your hand up.
And in the early returns, Scott Moe, 161 votes. Mark Sunderchild of the NDP, 26. Cody Lockhart of the Sask United Party, 13. So that's where we're at in terms of the vote there in Rosser and Shellbrook very early on.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. When you have 2,527 votes counted so far out of, like we said, 450,000 probably by the end of the night before we're done, if not maybe even more than that, we've got a ways to go before we're able to get sort of a clear picture of how all this is going. I mean, we haven't even heard from every constituency yet. But we'll continue to keep you up to date in the score in the game and let you know what's happening with that. And again, later on tonight, we hope to bring you speeches from the victors, as also from those who didn't win. We won't call them losers. We'll just say the ones who didn't win, who finished second, third, fourth, fifth. But we'll try to bring all that to you this evening as well. So just a very exciting night. I mean, it was a long campaign for a short campaign. And I think it shows on my face and on John Cairns' face. We've been working hard for the last 4 weeks and looking forward for a little break once all this is over. But John, from the NDP perspective, we've talked about this a few times. The rural areas is where they have to make headway. I mean, they're doing all right in the cities. It's out in the rural areas they've got to make headway. Have they done enough to turn some of those seats? Do you think that they've made a big enough impression? Or conversely, do you think there's enough dissatisfaction with the Sask Party to force people to turn?
Well, based on the early returns that we are getting, the rural wall is holding up.
Yeah. Go ahead, hit it.
20 for the Sask Party, 2 for the NDP, and the 20 seats for the Sask Party are all in the rural area right now. So that's where most of the early returns are coming from.
Now, it's still a long ways to go. 31 is the magic number you need to form a majority, and the Sask Party well north of that number last time. But they're already halfway home, more than halfway home already.
The NDP are leading in Athabasca quite comfortably now over Jim LeMaig of the Sask Party. And Cumberland, the NDP lead by 1 vote.
Wow.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty tight. Not BC tight yet, but...
yeah, we got it.
I'll tell you, that election in BC was tighter than 2 coats of paint. I mean, that was, that's crazy. I don't think, just even based on the numbers we're even seeing now, I don't think we're headed in that general direction, but there's still lots of votes out there to count. Only 8,825 in so far out of 810,000 registered voters, and probably about 52% of them, 53% cast a ballot over the last few days or tonight. But again, as John just said, 20 for the Sask Party leading, the NDP leading in 2, PCs in 1, and the other parties, Sask United, Saskatchewan Green, Buffalo Party, Independent, and Saskatchewan Progress Party. Nobody's picked up a leading yet or leading in any riding as of now, but we're still only an hour into our election coverage. Make sure you stay with us. We still have all kinds of stuff to get through. Of course, the speeches from the major party leaders is coming your way in a short period of time. Once we get a result, that is, of course. So hopefully there'll be a result not too long. And then we also still have our reporters around the province we're checking in with. All the latest battlegrounds, see what's happening in there. They're looking at some of these numbers as well, and we'll be checking in with them. We are going to take a short 20-second break to allow for our 2 radio stations to do a station ID, as we call it, or back in the old days, and you see, I've always wanted to do this as a TV guy, we pause for station identification. That's exactly what we're going to do just for a quick second, and we will be back, and we will start all over again, and we'll start going through the numbers. You're listening to Sask Votes 2024 on SASKTODAY.ca.
This is 620 CKRM, a Harvard media station. Available everywhere in high-res audio with the CKRM app.
welcome to SASKTODAY.ca's coverage of Sask Votes 2024. You're hopefully watching this live on SASKTODAY.ca or on 620CKRM.com, GX94.com, Moose Jaw today as well. Great to have you with us. Thanks so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. And hopefully we're serving you well and bringing you the information you want to hear. John is already over here with his mouse. I can see him rolling and clicking. He's ready to tell us some more. So far, what we have, John, is, go ahead, give us the score.
21 for the Sask Party, 4 for the NDP. And there are two results here that are particularly interesting. Saskatchewan Rivers, the NDP's Doug Racine has taken the lead there, which is a very interesting return. 53 votes for the NDP, 20 right now for the Sask Party, and the PC's running in third place. That's what I find interesting is that Nadine Wilson running in fourth place right at the moment.
Yeah, that's a little surprising. Of course, she's the incumbent right now, leaving the Sask Party to form Sask United since the last election. And then that was something, we just talked about John Haramick, so maybe let's jump into that right now, John, real quick. So 1 minute, you had Nadine Wilson. She was the leader of Sask United. And right near the end of the last session, that changed.
Yeah, it's a very interesting turn of events because on the very last day of the session, she announced that she was stepping down as a leader of the party, and John Haramick took over. And that was a weird way of handling it because she passed the leadership over from herself,
a baton.
Like a baton,
yeah. No convention. No party membership weighing in, but very interesting nonetheless. And so John Haramick now the leader. Remember, he's based in Lumsden Morse, and I was just actually looking at those numbers a second ago. So let me call them back up for you. So we have in Lumsden Morse 136 for the Sask Party, 26 NDP, 19 for Sask United, 1 for the Greens, 7 for the PCs, and the other 3 are skunked so far here. That's Independent and the Sask Progress Party and the Buffalo Party, but. Again, this is 5 of... Oops, sorry, wrong. Let me look up the right line to make sure I'm giving you the right information.
2 out of 31.
Yeah, 2 out of 31 polls. So, we still got some time there, but some votes to count in that district.
And that might... It's hard to tell where the votes are coming from because Lumsden Morse, that's a huge riding. You've got a lot of territory there, and, Lumsden votes one way, Morse votes the other.
And we've got a new total for you. So 12,425 votes counted. So again, folks... Please remember, very preliminary. 21 leading for Sask Party, 5 now for the NDP, 0 for Sask United, 0 for the Greens, 0 for the Buffalo, 0 for PC Saskatchewan, no independents, and none for the Saskatchewan Progress Party. So again, the score that we have in front of us, Sask Party 21 and 5 for the NDP, and 31 is the magic number you need to get to have that majority.
There are some ominous early signs for the Sask Party here. The NDP are leading in Meadow Lake. 4 out of 35 polls reporting there. So that's Jeremy Harrison is trailing there.
Yep.
And in White City Capel.
I just found the same one too.
White City Capel, they're leading there too. So
the
NDP leading in the 2 northern ridings right now. Cumberland, they're leading by 1 vote. Meadow Lake, they're leading. Saskatchewan Rivers, they're in the lead there with 5 out of 34 polls reporting. And White City Capel. So if the NDP break into those rural areas, that is not good news for the Sask Party.
What northern riding did you say was critical for the NDP?
I would say that Athabasca would have been critical.
So right now, 8 of 31 polls, 400 NDP, 147 Sask Party.
I would say that is heading towards an NDP victory at this point. Not an official projection from us, but it's looking awfully good for Leroy Liberté of the NDP.
That's very good. So again, just to give you that number, again, 400 votes for the NDP in Athabasca, 147. And John, you talked about how important that is to the entire NDP strategy. They have got to get that northern area back in their fold if they have any hope of turning some of this Sask Party numbers we've seen and getting to that 31.
That's right. They need to, they got to take back Athabasca. They got to hold on to Cumberland. And, that's critical for the NDP. They got to hold on to their seats that they have right now. from the legislature, including the ones that they picked up in the by-elections, and they've got to make gains. And right now they are in the lead in places that you don't expect, like White City Capel, for example, and Meadow Lake. Those are two significant results early on. It's very early. It could be, one part of the poll that that we're talking about here, but it's certainly a result that we did not expect early on like this.
And it's kind of funny, too, because Saskatchewan Rivers, that's up, as well. So you have Saskatoon Center, Saskatoon, all these ridings in Saskatoon, not one of them have reported in yet. Not one of them. Yeah. So it's they're still, we've still got, these are very important ridings. A couple of the Regina ones, nope, they haven't reported in yet. Or I thought I had one there, but nope, not as of yet. So we're still waiting on Regina. Out in Melville, Saltcoats, which is a strong Sask Party riding, in the Yorkton area and Melville. That one's going Sask Party so far, but only 4 of 29 polls reporting 379 votes for the Sask Party, 83 for the NDP, 47 for Sask United, and 11 for the Green Party. Just going back to a point I'd made earlier, when we look back at some of the 2020 results, even with Sask United and their total added to the NDP, you know what I mean? So when you talk about a vote split or whatever, it didn't come anywhere near some of these guys that would even come close to cause them a whole lot of concern. Yeah. But there were some places, but this one I don't think is one of those ridings. But that one's still very, very early as we continue to go through the results. And you can check them, of course, yourself, elections.sk.ca. And just before we take another step, I just want to tip my hat to Tim Kidd and Dr. Broda and the rest of the team over at Elections Saskatchewan. They've been on a fantastic job so far, keeping us informed and in the loop on everything that's been going on. And that's something that's unglamorous and doesn't get a lot of mention on election night. But the people over at Elections Saskatchewan have earned their pay these last 4 weeks. They've really done a great job, John. Yeah, that's for sure. For sure. It's been a tremendous effort with the whole voting week, and it's historic. We haven't had something like this in the province's history, and it's been a smashing success to this point. So we've got a new total up on the screen for you, and this is what we've got. 22 for the Sask Party leading in ridings in Saskatchewan, 4 for the NDP. But, pardon me for just a second. Excuse me. One of the things I've noticed, though, is the popular vote number. Even from the very beginning, it's been right around a 60, 65% Sask Party, 20-25% NDP. I mean, again, still just 18,308 votes cast, or at least counted, pardon me. But, it's too early to call that a trend, but that's interesting that it's been holding through each dump of numbers that we've seen, John. And I should tell you about Meadow Lake. Jeremy Harrison is back in the lead there now. He 536 votes for Jeremy Harrison, 281 for the NDP. That's the riding that Dennis Allchurch is running in. Dennis Allchurch, a former Sask Party MLA who actually lost the nomination to Scott Moe back in the day, back in 2011, decided to make a comeback this time for the Sask United Party, and he's running in the Meadow Lake area, and right now he's got 52 votes. Wow. So right now he's looking at possibly trying to play spoiler by the end of the night. One of the four NDP ridings that they have now, or at least that they're leading in, is the one you talked about, Weyburn-Bengoff. White City Capel, pardon me. Yeah. 59-20. I mean, again, just 2 of 29 polls reporting in so far. It's very early. So we're still, I don't want to complain, but it feels like the results are coming in a little slower tonight. But then again, you and I were spoiled by the by-election because they used electronic tabulators in those, didn't they? Yeah, they did. Yeah. And that went real fast. We were in and out of there in like an hour. Yeah, 40 minutes, I want to say. Hour and a half. Yeah. It was fast. And for various reasons, and we won't argue all of them tonight, but there were reasons why the provincial government decided not to use them, and that's, of course, their prerogative and their decision. But we continue to wait for more of these come in. Basically, giving you the rundown here, 12.6% of polling stations have been heard from so far. So no constituencies are done the count yet. 162 stations reporting out of 1,286. So there's a lot of 1, 2, 3, 4 going over and over again in a lot of these places. Counting ballots, Probably not the funnest job in the world, but certainly very interesting. I would bet it is kind of interesting to do this.
Yeah, it's. I'm looking at the totals here, and
they keep changing in front of us. So go right ahead, sir.
I'm just looking at White City Capel, and I'm looking at the totals from the cities. There's like nothing from the cities so far.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
And that just blows me away. I mean, I would have expected that we'd be further along in the results, but that might be. I'm not sure what the issue is. Maybe it's a factor of voting week and voting over a 6-day period. That might play a role, but it's certainly slower than we expected in terms of the pace of the results.
Yeah, of them coming in for sure. But again, every time we say something like that, we get a new dump of votes in. Still 18,308. And the score, just so everybody knows, as we call it jokingly, the score in the game, but it's 22 leading for the Sask Party, 4 for the NDP. 31 is that magic number. And of course, the Sask Party, they're hoping to finish back into the numbers where they were in. Remember, in 2020, they had 48 seats. And at dissolution, they had 42, correct? I'm just double-checking my math. Yeah, because I had 43 in my notes, but you corrected me on one of those ones that I had double-counted. So,
and that 43rd was Gord Wyand, who actually resigned to run for mayor of Saskatoon.
That's it. And again, we'll be talking about the municipal elections in a few weeks. Mm-hmm. So, but at dissolution, you had, 42, 1 Sask United, 3 Independents, and 14 NDP. And right now, again, 22 is where the Sask Party is at, 4. 7 constituencies reporting in that one. And that's Jordan McPhail and Gregory Sieb, who are in that for the NDP and Sask Party, respectively. And right now as well, Kindersley Bigger. That one is 12 of 37 precincts or polling stations have reported in. 1,147 in Kindersley Bigger going to the Sask Party's Kim Gartner, and 192 in the NDP going to the NDP there. So the Sask Party well ahead, and that's one of those ridings that we didn't figure would be changing hands this election, John.
That's one of the bedrock ridings of the Saskatchewan Party. We talk about the old Liberal L on the eastern side of the province, and,
that's right.
Or no, the western
side, down the west,
and right across the U.S. border. That turned into eventually the Conservative L, and eventually a Sask Party, part of the Sask Party blob in rural Saskatchewan that we have today, where basically the entire rural southern half of the province is basically Sask Party territory. And that's the bedrock of the bedrock right there.
Yeah, that's not a riding that's likely to flip anytime soon. That's certainly for sure. And there's some other ones in here that are interesting, but again, we just don't really have enough to sort of get a good look at how things are going. Let's just run down a few of them. I'm just going to do these alphabetically. So we'll go to Batoche next. You had Sask Party 447, NDP 312. The Sask United 73, Green Party 23. I'm only going to get into votes that we have registered. So if you don't hear me mention the party name, that means they didn't get a vote. In Cannington, 482 Sask Party, 192 NDP, 35 Sask United, 13 Green Party, 18 Buffalo Party there. So we're seeing the Buffalo Party doing, getting some votes there, as well as in Kenora Pelly. But the Sask Party well ahead there, 536 votes. And that is Sean Wilson's running in that riding. Yep. And the NDP are running Win Federchuk. So that's 536 to 115, the NDP, 22 for the Green Party, 25 for the Buffalo Party. What else is jumping out at you on this map?
Just taking a look at the NDP totals, right now the NDP are gaining, we talked about how they need to gain 17 seats to take majority government right now. Right now, they are gaining 3 seats. So 3 out of the 17 that they need. And the gains, right now we're looking at, actually no, it would be, it would be Athabasca.
Yeah.
And White City Capel, and now these numbers are changing on me again.
Yeah, they're changing right in front of me too.
Yeah, so they're back down to 2-seat gain.
Yeah, I got 3 now.
They're down to 3.
Yeah. So it's changing. 25,854 votes so far. that are brought in, and that's now Sask Party leading or elected in 23. They're not elected in any, just so you know. 3 leading for the New Democrats. So that number is kind of going up and down. But again, we've seen these extra polls come in, some of these more votes. Sask Party right around 63, 65%. NDP 23, 24%. So, you know, there's still a lot of room for the NDP if they hope they're gonna have to start making some hay in some of these other ridings.
And in Meadow Lake, I noticed that Jeremy Harrison is starting to pull away there. 928 votes there for the incumbent Jeremy Harrison, 463 for the NDP there.
So again, still not a lot to report on. Numbers coming in a little slower than we'd sort of anticipated. But at the same time, I think we're starting to see the pace pick up a little bit here now. Some of the other key ridings, again, just so people know, we're not ignoring Regina and Saskatoon and not talking about it. We just simply don't have any numbers from any of those urban ridings, which is kind of surprising. Even Moose Jaw Wakamo, I believe. I'm just trying to find it again on my list. They haven't reported in either yet. So, in Moose Jaw North either. So, still a ways to go to see. That's really going to tell us what we need to know when we start getting a look into the cities as well.
And Prince Albert, we haven't heard from Prince Albert at all either.
Yeah,
it's interesting that we're being kept in suspense with the urban areas. With the results coming in.
I can stand a little suspense. Can you stand a little suspense?
Yeah, well, it's kind of nerve-wracking.
It is, but at the same time, just fascinating to watch.
Yeah.
And at the same time, you know, a tribute to the great democracy that we live in, where here it is, once again, the politicians had 27 days to have their say. And now the voters are getting their say, which is, you know, probably more important, getting the voters' say. Or as I jokingly called it off the top, the political parties getting their report cards in the next little bit of time here. So 25,854 votes cast so far. That's what we've got counted. And again, we'll show you the graphic as well, if you don't mind there. Curtis, thank you. 23 for the Sask Party, and we have 3 for the NDP. Sask United Greens, all the others are not leading in any other or any riding right now. So the 2 that we have, 26 ridings basically reporting in so far. 23 for the Sask Party, 3 for the NDP. And again, I'm a little puzzled. Haven't seen any of the cities yet, but I'm pretty sure that's coming pretty quick.
Early returns from Estevan Big Muddy. Lori Carr in the lead there. She has 115 votes. And long drop to second place to the Sask United Party. Andrew Say is right now in second place with 22 votes. And Phil Zajac, the leader of the Buffalo Party, running in third place with 16 votes right now, and the NDP in fourth place there. So
that's interesting.
Yeah.
That's a pretty interesting place for them to be. Is you know, again, it's a lot of rural ridings we're hearing from, Moose and Momart, for example. That one actually has 11 of 35 polls reporting in. That one looks like it's heading Sask Party, but that's not a big surprise, I don't think. 1,310 votes in Mooseman Momart with 397 NDP, 175 Sask United, 30 Green Party, and 31 Buffalo Party so far. That's the standings in Mooseman and Momart.
It looks like Kevin Weedmark's heading to the legislature based on these numbers. Almost 1,000 vote lead based on the numbers we have here.
Yeah, if that holds, that's
huge.
Yeah, that'll be a big win for the Sask Party there. So yeah, sorry, I just hit refresh again to see if I could get a new number for us, but we don't. Last Mountain Touchwood, one we've talked on a few times, 1,252 for the Sask Party, 665 for the NDP, 213 for Sask United, and 19 for the Buffalo Party.
Travis Kiesig looking like he's going to keep that seat, off to about 600 or so vote lead there, and that's looking like he's almost got that in the bag there.
And one we're watching, of course, because it's Scott Moe's riding. That is at Roster and Shellbrook. That one, I don't think there's any concern there for Scott Moe. 14 of 38 of the polls have reported in now. 1,339 for Scott Moe, 664 for the NDP, 249 Sask United, 28 for the Green Party. And again, if we don't mention another party, that's because they haven't picked up any votes yet. So no surprise there, though, eh?
No surprise there. The NDP has picked up a number of votes in the last couple of counts there to make it a more competitive race than it was earlier in the evening.
And again, folks, just so you know, if you're in Regina or you're in Saskatoon or Moose Jaw,
we're still waiting.
We're still waiting. That's what we're doing. We're still waiting. We're checking in on other results. We're nerding out on these results, to be honest. I mean, that's what we're doing, and just checking some of them. You know, let's look at Wood River. That's another Sask Party bastion. 596 right now, 114 votes for the NDP, 59 Sask United, 4 Green Party, 53 for the Sask PCs, and I have to say I haven't seen them show up a lot. You see them in Saskatchewan Rivers, where they have 44 votes.
That's Clint Arneson, who he was part of the Buffalo Party, and then he switched over to the PCs to run for the PCs in this election, and he's getting a few votes there, but still a long way from winning that one. Dave Merritt is the incumbent there, Minister of Agriculture in the last House.
Yeah, and again, another fairly safe Sask Party seat, would you not say?
I would say so, yes.
Yeah, for sure. As we continue our coverage tonight, you are listening to Sask Votes 2024 on SASKTODAY.ca. You're listening to us live on the radio on 620 CKRM and on GX94 in Yorkton, as well as on their respective web pages, 620CKRM.com and GX94Radio.com as well. And you can stream this and watch us live as we're looking at our laptops and having this conversation. As well, of course, you can just listen to us live if you're driving around in your car, maybe working tonight, maybe you're a truck driver driving around. We'll keep you up to date on the latest goings on. What the only surprise of the night to me so far is the slowness that we're getting the urban ridings in the Reginas, the Saskatoons, the Moose Jaws, and we keep saying any minute, so we'll just keep crossing our fingers.
Yeah, we also don't have results in from Warman, Martinsville, Blairmore, Swift Current hasn't come in yet, the Battlefords hasn't come in yet. Quite a number of areas not showing up so far.
And to be fair, the polls closed 1 hour and 21 minutes ago. So, there's still a long way to go, but let's give you the score right now again as we have it. As I just checked now to make sure we've got it right. 23 for the Sask Party, 3 for the NDP, and none of the other parties have picked up a leading. They're not in the leading category yet, so they are getting some votes here and there. But we're so far not seeing Sask United really parlay any sort of, being on the right sort of thing. They're not seeing a lot of votes transpiring for them tonight, John.
They are not. I'm looking at the ridings for Sask United that they had the highest hopes in, and right now they are trailing rather badly in Lumsden Morris. Right now it's Blaine McLeod with 214 votes, NDP in second place there, and John Hromick, the leader of the Sask United, is in third place, and distant third at this point. And taking a look at Saskatchewan Rivers, Sask Party has now taken the lead there. The NDP had the lead earlier. Sask Party now in the lead there, and that is Eric Schmaltz, 326 votes, taking the lead. NDP in second place, and Nadine Wilson looks like she may be heading out of the legislature with 81 votes there. So that is not a good showing so far.
All right, well, let's check in with a couple of our reporters who are out and about. Let's start. We've got two of them we're going to talk to. We have Jason Antonio, who is in Lumsden Morse. We'll get to him in just a minute, but first let's go to Martin Oldhughes, who is at the Doubletree Hotel in Regina, and he says things are starting to buzz there and the action's starting to pick up. Martin, what do you got for us?
The mood here has been pretty energetic. A lot more people here have come in the past hour. There's no worry right now. I mean, currently the election is showing that the Sask Party is way ahead of the NDP. But the NDP, in terms of the ridings, the main ridings of Regina and Saskatoon, those haven't been really counted yet. So it's hard to tell yet if they're really at the race. But they're really not getting down about it yet. So in the next half an hour, we should have a better picture of if the NCFL has any chance. Reporting live for SASKTODAY.ca, I'm Martin Oldhughes.
Thanks very much, Martin. Again, he is with the NDP at the Doubletree in Regina, where they have set up their headquarters tonight. Jason Antonio, as we mentioned, he is in Lumsden with Sask United and some others. Jason, what's the situation there?
Party election night headquarters, people in attendance let out a big cheer when the first results started rolling in, especially for the Wadena Calvington candidate. In Lumsden Morse, some results have come in for 2 of 31 polling stations, and Sask Party's Blaine McLeod is in the lead with 136. The NDP's Chantal Baudot is in second with 26, and the Sask United Party's John Hromek has 19 votes. So the night is still young, and there are still 29 polling stations left to report. With SASKTODAY.ca and moosejawtoday.com, I'm Jason Antonio.
And we have some updated numbers from Lumsden Moore's Blaine McLeod, 567, Chantal Baudot of the NDP, 180, and John Hromek, 137. So 6 out of 31 polls reporting there. So
yeah, it's so far not shaping up to be a good night for John Hromek, where you thought maybe there was an opportunity for him to make some inroads there, but that doesn't look like it's going to happen, at least at this preliminary stage.
It doesn't look like it's shaping up to be a good night for Sask United whatsoever, based on what we're seeing in those 2 targeted seats of Lumsden Moors and Saskatchewan Rivers.
And as you can see on the screen in front of you, if you are watching us online on SASKTODAY.ca, you'll see 35,254 total votes have been counted so far. The Sask Party leading in 25 ridings. So they're only 6 short of that majority territory again. The NDP at 5. So they've come up from the 3 they had just a short time ago. And none of the other parties, Sask United, Green, Progress, Independent, Saskatchewan PCs, or Buffalo, none of them have garnered enough votes to lead in any riding as of yet. But we'll keep an eye in to see if they're continuing to be competitive. But 25, we're starting to get creep towards that 31 number, John.
Yeah, that's right. And they're just 6 short of majority government, and we'll have to wait and see which ridings are left to come in, and particularly those urban seats where the Sask Party is hoping to retain at least some of their incumbents, and that's going to tell the tale whether they get back in for another term or not.
So Athabasca reporting in now, the NDP ahead 671. That was a riding you had identified, John, as one that they really have to have if they have any hope of getting up to that magic number of 31. So leading there by 671, and I was just going to zip down here to Saskatchewan Rivers again since we just did that. The Sask Party still ahead, 326 to 165 to the NDP. 81 for Sask United in Saskatchewan Rivers, 18 for the Green Party, and 44 for the PC Party of Saskatchewan. So still all kinds of time there to make it, in leading. None of these seats have been won yet, everybody, just to make sure you understand that. They are leading in these things and in these seats, and in the vast majority of them, we don't even have half the polling stations reporting in. So this is still too early to call a trend.
That's right. We now finally have some urban returns. Regina, let me just start over again. Regina Mount Royal, Trent Weatherspoon is leading there, 92 votes for him compared to 55 for Jaspreet Mander of the Saskatchewan Party. Weatherspoon was a finance critic for the NDP in the last House.
Yeah.
And Regina Northeast, Jacqueline Roy of the NDP leading Rahul Singh of the Sask Party, 162 to 144, and that's one of those targeted seats that the NDP were hoping to take away, and right now they are in the lead there, so that's a important one. And then White City Capel is very interesting. NDP still holding on to a lead there by 51 votes, so that's a riding that they're still holding on to a lead, and that's might be a little bit surprising, but we'll see how that all pans out.
And we've only heard from one constituency in the Saskatoon area, that's Saskatoon-Meewasin, and this is 3 of 12 polls reporting in. So again, very, very preliminary, but right now 43 votes Sask Party, 42 votes NDP.
That is in the heart of Saskatoon. That's a seat that the NDP cannot afford to lose.
Yeah, that's Nathaniel Teed.
That's right.
Yeah.
And that was a seat that was held by Ryan Miley at one point in time, too.
That's right. That was his, exactly. So as we continue, this is, by the way, the total votes counted so far, 40,064. We're expecting 10 times that much. So, we still have quite a ways to go. But again, 26 for the Sask Party leading in each of those ridings or constituencies, 5 for the Saskatchewan New Democrats, which is up from 3. So, but the Sask Party already closing in on majority country, but yet at the same time, there's not enough polls to even call some of these races, let alone this election.
Yeah, that's right.
We still have a ways to go. Is there another riding that's catching your attention there, John?
No, it's just it seems like the universe is unfolding as it should.
If you're a Sask Party voter.
With the exception of White City Capel, that has to rank as the surprising result so far with the NDP in front there.
Yeah.
And like I say, if that trend holds up, it's not good news for the Sask Party at all, if that holds up.
So we've had 25.2% of the voting stations report. And again, they're not finished. They've just reported. These are the first dump of numbers they've given in. 43,234 votes now counted. 26 for the Sask Party leading, 6 for the NDP.
That's right.
That's where we're at right now.
But keep in mind, if you're an NDP supporter, that the urban vote has yet to come in for the most part. Regina, Saskatoon. We do have some results from Prince Albert. Prince Albert, Northcote, Sask Party holding a lead there, which is interesting.
Yeah.
That's Alana Ross in Prince Albert, Northcote.
And yeah, that's still got a ways to go as well. And, as we just look through some of the key ridings, I mean, if you look at Lumsden Morse, which you just talked about, you can look at, we're seeing Regina. We got a couple of Regina ones in, but not all of them yet. Regina Walsh Acres, probably no surprise there. Jared Clark with 402 votes right now. The Sask Party 210, 34 for Sask United, 14 for the Greens. So, and that's 4 of 12 polls reporting in. So still quite a bit of work and a lot of counting to be done there.
Saskatoon Centre, NDP are leading there. That's Betty Nippy Albright, who is leading there. 460 votes for her compared to 282 for the Sask Party there. That's one of those firewall, orange wall type of seats that we talked about earlier.
Yeah,
one of those bedrocks for the NDP.
Yeah, and they've got to have it. They've got to have it. There's no question about it. So as we're just continuing to get these results in for you folks. As I said, 25.2% of voting stations have reported in. That's 324 out of 1,286. So there's still a ways to go here tonight. And we're going to continue to just keep breaking some of these numbers down for you. It's, in the context of what we've talked about in terms of what the NDP needs to do if they want to form government, and a majority especially, which is that magic number of 31. The Sask Party already well on their way to that number, but still short of it. And that's probably the most important statistic to point out in this, is that they're still short of it. And we're an hour and a half in now since we've started. 46,273 total votes, 27 now for the Sask Party, 6 for the NDP. And again, that is still just over 25% of the polls reporting in. So nothing really surprising you so far, John?
Except for White City Capel.
Yeah.
But so far it is going according to plan, according to what we expected in terms of the strong areas for the Sask Party and the strong areas for the NDP. And we're still waiting to find out what the final story of the night is going to be. There are a number of ridings that will tell that story that have simply not reported in yet.
And, we've talked a lot about the rural ridings, and that was something that you talked to Tom McIntosh quite a bit about, which was, we sort of set up, what were you surprised about? What are you looking for? And then one of the things you asked him was his expectations for the rural ridings, and as well as the work that the other political parties have done to try to answer that. And let's see what Tom has to say about that.
I expect so. I don't think any of the truly rural seats will change hands. The big question is there enough of a showing of the third parties, of parties like the Sask United and the Buffalo, to encourage their membership to hang on and continue to try to build an alternative on the right to the Sask Party. One of the biggest challenges in a small party is, without a seat in the legislature, you get sort of forgotten about in between elections. You don't get any media time. You don't get much. No reporter calls you for comment or what have you. If you have at least one seat in the ledge, you have access to media and whatnot that you wouldn't get otherwise. And so this will be a real test. And I suspect, or I'm not expecting them to actually come out of this with any seats. All of the polling suggests that they're running well under 10%. So
Do you expect John Hromek to be able to win it all in his seat, or what do you expect for?
If Sask United has any chance, it's whether Nadine Wilson, as a sitting MLA, can hold her seat. But that was a seat she won as a Sask Party person, and she's running against the Sask Party candidate as well. So who knows whether this translates very well. There's a very mixed history of how voters treat people who cross parties or cross the floor and change parties halfway through their term. It often doesn't go well for them. Again, I would be surprised if Sask United comes out with a single seat. I'm not even convinced that Nadine Wilson can hold hers.
And we're starting to see that, John. We've seen Nadine falling behind early in her riding, and in Lumsden, Morse Hronek, I think, was in third or fourth place.
Yeah, Lumsden Morse. Yeah, John Hromek in third place there. 6 out of 31 polls reporting in, and Nadine Wilson is also in third place in Saskatchewan Rivers, and 8 out of 34 polls reporting in, and not close. We're talking about Sask Party leads by significant amounts in those ridings.
And for the NDP, that's not doom if they don't take those two northern ridings that we talked about, but that just makes their path to 31 that much more difficult.
The Cumberland results, we talked about surprises. The fact that the Sask Party is in the lead in Cumberland and still in the lead with 10 out of 37 polls reporting is, I find that surprising. That's a seat that's been NDP forever.
Yeah.
But you have to wonder if maybe part of that was because of the personal popularity of Doyle Vermette.
It could be. Very popular guy.
Like in the North, people do vote by party in the North, but a lot of the time they vote for the candidate, and the candidate makes a huge difference.
And we've just got a new drop of numbers here. 63,523 total votes have been counted so far. That represents, we're about a third now of the polling stations reporting in. As a matter of fact, exactly 33%. That's 436 of 1,286 polling stations reporting in now. And John, why don't you give us the rundown?
It is Saskatchewan Party 30, NDP 7.
One short of that majority.
One short.
But we also want to point out we don't have half the polls reporting in. We're nowhere near a position to sort of declare winners or anything like that at this point of the game.
Yeah, Sask Party leading in Cumberland, but that's still way early in the game there.
Yeah.
We have the Sask Party has taken the lead in White City Capel. That's flipped over.
Sorry, John. We do have a few more Regina numbers come in. I believe we did Regina Mount Royal already, did we not? Well, let's do it again here real quick. That's Trent Wotherspoon's riding. He's up 92-55 over the Sask Party with 24 votes going to the Greens. In Regina Northeast, it's the NDP with 162. That's Jacqueline Roy, along with the Sask Party candidate, that Raul Singh, who is 144. So that one's still close, but that's 3 of 11 ridings reporting in so far. Regina Pasqua, that is got right now 228 votes for the Sask Party, 212 votes for the NDP. So that one is still, that's Mohammed Fayez there for the Sask Party, and that's his riding, and that's only 4 of 12 that are reporting in so far. Regina South Albert, that's trending NDP early, 663 votes for the NDP, 321 now.
Elena Young.
Yeah, and that riding.
And she had a tight one last time, but it's not looking tight for her there. She's looking pretty comfortable in Regina South Albert.
Here, I'll just wrap up the last 2 Regina ridings real quick. 237 for the NDP in Regina University to the Sask Party's 125. And in Regina Walsh Acres, 402 for the NDP. That's Jared Clark's riding. 210 for the Sask Party.
Regina University, that's Gene Mikowski trailing.
Yeah, that's
huge.
Now, just so everybody understands that, Gene Mikowski used to be the MLA for Regina Gardner Park.
Right.
And then they kind of took a Gardner Park away, and they split it up into the other ridings that were around it, essentially, Regina University being one.
Yeah.
And a few other ridings got some of that piece. And so would this be his first election? This would be his first election in that riding, right? As Regina University, as opposed to what it was before.
But it was, most of that riding is the former Regina Gardner Park, which is making it really even more confusing.
This is what I'm trying to remember, because I saw this, and I think it's something like 2/3 of the map stayed with Jean in terms of going into Regina University, and the rest of them got kind of split up around the other 3 or 4 ridings that border it. I think that's kind of how it came out. Very interesting, though. So as we mentioned, just in case we didn't mention the score there, 237 for the NDP in that riding right now. That's Jean Mikowski's riding. That's Sally Hauser.
Right.
And for the NDP, and of course, as we mentioned, Jean Mikowski 125. But again, 3 of 10, 30% of those polls in. There's still a ways to go. A lot of votes to count there, John.
Yep, 3 out of 10 polls reporting there, and a long way to go in that one. But that's a riding that the NDP particularly targeted.
Mm-hmm.
Particularly targeted.
Yeah, for sure.
So if it flips over, is that a surprise? I don't know, but it is part of that firewall, that urban firewall in Saskatoon, Regina, Moose Jaw, that the Saskatchewan Party needs to hold on to hold on to power.
I mean,
that is a crack that we're seeing.
It's a very simple map to look at where the NDP is popular. You just got to look around the big cities, right? Regina, Moose Jaw, Saskatoon. Whether they take more ridings in Moose Jaw, that's still up in the air tonight. There's still a couple of Sask Party ridings that are potentially could be plucked tonight by the NDP. So far, we're not seeing that just yet, but that's the potential. And that really, in your story, when you talked about the path to 31, this is all key, not just for the Sask Party to win to keep the NDP at bay, but for the NDP to win if they have any hope of getting towards that 31 number.
Yeah. Right now, so far, they... of the 14 seats that they need to hold on to in order to get to power, right now they're trailing in one of those, and that's Cumberland. And that just makes it harder to get to that 31 if they happen to drop a riding like Cumberland. And
that gap is starting to widen a little bit as well. Jordan McPhail of the NDP in Cumberland with 324 votes, 365 right now for Gregory Sieb. So it's getting, this one's going to keep going. I mean, we're only at 12 of 37. I mean, we could see this lead change 2 or 3 times tonight before we get to a final number.
It could be that Jordan McPhail is actually catching up there based on that return.
Yeah.
It's still early, but yeah.
So 73,078 new votes. That's what we have now counted. 73,078. That works out to, just so everybody knows, about 37% of the polling stations reporting in so far. And the new number we have, the Sask Party at 30, which is where they've been holding. They're leading in 30 ridings, and the NDP now at 12. So their number is starting to come north a little bit. They're starting, now that we've seen these the urban ridings starting to report in, the Reginas, the Moose Jaws, the Saskatoons. Now we're starting to see those numbers go up.
And they are starting to lead in a number of Regina ridings. Taking a look at Regina Elphinstone Centre, Mira Conway leading in that one. Regina Mount Royal we talked about with Trent Witherspoon. They're still leading in Regina Northeast. Regina Rochdale, that's a new one. That's Joan Pratchler of the NDP leading Laura Ross, who has been a cabinet minister, and she's been there for a long time. And she is trailing right now by 4 votes. It's a barn burner in Regina Rochdale.
Well, and this is what we was expected to see. So we talked about, the cities being the battlegrounds this year, and this time around. And we're certainly seeing that. We've talked about Regina a little bit. Let's pop up to Saskatoon now. Saskatoon Centre, Betty Nippy Albright there, the MLA for the NDP, leading 460 votes right now to 282 for the Sask Party. 21 for the Green Party. No other parties have votes that have been registered so far. And I want to point out again, in that riding, Saskatoon Centre, we don't even have half the polls reporting in yet. So there's still a ways to go. Saskatoon, Chief Mewastis, we're still waiting for something from that. Saskatoon, Churchill, Wildwood, that's still NDP, 643 going to Keith Jorgensen there, 464 for the Sask Party's Lisa Lambert, 19 for the Green Party. Saskatoon Eastview, 476 for the NDP, that's Matt Love, and 407 for the Sask Party's Francis Kreiser. 30 now for Sask United in that riding. John, just real quick, I'm only seeing Sask United competitive in a couple of ridings here. One of them that just jumped in front of me was Roster and Shellbrook, where they have 406 votes. But the Sask Party, who is leading that one, that's Scott Moe's riding, of course, he has 2,109 votes. I mean, they're not a factor so far if there was concern about vote splitting on the right.
Yeah, it sure looks like it's not looking like a good night for the Sask United Party at all tonight, based on these returns across the province.
Yeah, they've got some work to do, no question. As we continue to go through Saskatoon here, we're still waiting to hear from Saskatoon, Riversdale, Silver Spring, Southeast, Stonebridge. I don't think we're really going to see a change in that riding tonight. That's Bronwyn Eyre, and I think didn't she have the biggest margin of victory of all the Sask Party candidates in 2020?
She did, but here's what happened. The Dakota portion of that riding got split off, and all of those votes that Bronwyn Eyre could count on in the last election are now voting for someone else, and they're voting for, instead, the Sask Party candidate in Dakota, Arm River. And taking a look at the results right now, that candidate is in the lead there. Barrett Croft is in the lead in Dakota Arm River. Arm River.
Yeah. Not Armed River.
I'm getting tongue-tied.
Yeah, I know. So it's almost like we've been talking for hours on end today, you know?
we're an hour and 45 minutes into the count, and we still do not definitively have a projection yet.
No, we do not. I mean, we're still 40% of the polling stations are reporting. So we're starting to close in, I would think, fairly soon here on and the trends we're seeing as well. But still early. So let's wait and see until we get some more of these polling stations reported in. 82,058 votes now, John. That's what's been counted, leading the Sask Party at 31.
They've made it to the magic number, but let's see if that holds.
Yeah, because that could still change. I mean,
leading
still doesn't mean elected. Let's make sure everybody understands that. The story and the number and the display you're looking at right now with the chart graph and the two big green bars, one for the Sask Party, one for the NDP, those can change. They could go up and down as we get more polls reporting in. Most of the people and the areas that John and I have been talking about for the last few minutes have pretty much been, what we'd expect. And most of them have been rural ridings. We haven't still got enough numbers from the urban ridings to even sort of indicate where it is we're going. But 82,058 votes, 31 for the Sask Party, 13 for the NDP. And again, but we're still waiting for a whole ton of ridings in Saskatoon to start reporting in, which they still haven't. And that's the ones I mentioned: Nutana, Riversdale, Silver Spring, Southeast, Stonebridge, University, Sutherland, Westview, Willow Grove. We don't have anything out there. Swift Current, we do have something on, and that's not a surprise. Everett Hindley there out in the lead, 823 to 432 for the NDP's Jay Kimball, 30 for the Green Party, and that one 54 for the Buffalo Party. Looking at a couple of the other ones that, John, you were interested in. White City Capel, still about 227 votes, if I learned enough in math to do that correctly. 1,248 for the Sask Party. That's Brad Cresswaller, and 1,021 for Grady Burns, and 173 for Sask United. And again, despite these Sask United numbers, they're not having any real impact pulling votes from the Sask Party. They're still well ahead.
So far, White City Capel is way too close for comfort for the Sask Party, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
They're in the lead now, so they've got to be breathing a bit of a sigh of relief, but in past elections, that was Don McMorris territory,
mm-hmm.
and he used to win by blowout margins.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. He just had to run.
Yeah,
that was pretty much all he had to do. No, he had to do a lot of work too. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying he was very popular, and
that's
did
an
very
area.
well.
Yeah, that's an area that the Sask Party has held for like 25 years.
Yeah,
and for that to be that close, it's nervous times if you're the Sask Party. To look at that.
Yeah, for sure. So again, still very early. 31 for the Sask Party. They're leading in 31 ridings. The NDP leading in 13. And we don't have none of the other parties have pulled in enough votes to put themselves at the top of the pile in any of these ridings yet. And not really impacting the outcome as much as some had feared. Athabasca, remember you talked about right off the top how important that was? 1,068 now for Leroy Laliberty there, and 381 for Jim LeMay. Now, that's more than half the polls have reported, but there's still quite a few polls that need to get brought in.
I would say, though, that it's not going to be enough for the Sask Party to save that one. It looks like Jim LeMaig is going to be heading out of the Legislative Assembly.
Yeah, but that was one you talked about in your path to 31. The NDP absolutely had to have, and we're seeing that reflected in their number as they're already leading in 13 ridings. Again, 13 for the Sask Party so far, leading 13 for the NDP. Let's look at just some more of these rural ridings. Kenora Pelly, no surprise there. Sask Party winning 1,748 votes to 448 to the NDP. Carrot River Valley, 1,727 votes, Sask Party, 412 NDP. Cut Knife Turtleford, which is one we've talked about extensively tonight, 1,377 for the Sask Party, 386 for the NDP. Cypress Hills, now I don't know if I should be surprised by the number or not, but 4,053 votes for the Sask Party, 954 for the NDP in that riding. So, clearly, at least a lot of these bedrock ridings don't look like they're in any condition to turn right now.
The bedrocks are holding up for the Sask Party for the most part, I would say. The White City Capel, I'm still not sold on. But,
not sold. That result's going to hold?
It's close. I think, I have a feeling the Sask Party are starting to pull it out there, but we still have a long way to go.
And if you look at some other ones, Rosetown, Del Isle, 1,569 votes for the Sask Party in that one, and that's Jim Ryder's riding there. 377 for the NDP. Saskatchewan Rivers, which we've talked about with Nadine Wilson being the incumbent, but right now trailing. She's in third place looking at this. The Sask Party has, that's Eric Schmaltz, pardon me, has 738 votes, while the NDP's Doug Racine has 366. So 12 of 34, still a long way to go there, but it's starting to trend one way, but there's still some others to vote. Saskatoon Centre, here's finally we can sink our teeth into this. Betty Nippy Albright, 460 votes to 282 for the Sask Parties. I can't imagine that one getting flipped over to the Sask Party, John. Can you?
I can't imagine it, no.
Yeah.
Saskatoon, Churchill, Wildwood, we have Keith Jorgensen of the NDP leading there over Lisa Lambert, and that's another one of those targeted seats that the NDP wanted to pick up. And right now, we had identified Lisa Lambert as being in particular trouble in that particular riding, and that is exactly what is playing out in the early returns in Saskatoon, Churchill, Wildwood.
You're listening to our extensive coverage of Sask Votes 2024 as you're listening to it on SASKTODAY.ca. You're seeing that and seeing us on screen as well. Listening to us on 620 CKRM and on GX94 in Yorkton. Of course, you can watch us on 620CKRM.com as well as on GX94Radio.com. So look for us there as well. We have the numbers as we've talked about, the riding here. Just before we check in with a couple of our reporters, we're going to check in here in a minute with Angela Brown, who's in the Battlefords. That one's interesting. I think we should do that. We'll bring Angela on here in a minute, and then we'll also we'll check in with Martin over across the street from us here at the DoubleTree in a sec. But first, let's go to the Battlefords, because this was one, John, you had talked about. Here's an opportunity for the NDP to pick up some seats in the Battleford area potentially. Yeah. Let's see how they're doing. Angela has talked to a supporter there. Angela, what's happening in your area?
The Sask United Party has its headquarters set up at the Lumsden Hotel and Steak.
In the Battlefords, a small group of people are gathering for the results for NDP candidate Tom Krasinski. North Battleford resident Mason Charles is optimistic about the outcome. Whether he wins or not, Charles says, is still a win for Tom either way, just because of how much time and effort Krasinski has given to the party. For Sask Today, this is Angela Brown.
Thank you very much, Angela, checking in for us on the Battlefords. John, what numbers do you have of the Battlefords?
We don't have any.
So we're still waiting to get those in.
We're still waiting, yeah. There's a number of places where we're still waiting for results here, and particularly in Saskatoon and the Battlefords and quite a few areas.
We'll go to Martin Oldhughes in a second here, but just before we bring him that, because he's talking about they're seeing some numbers there, so things are starting to happen. But so far, the city votes, Saskatoon, Regina, Moose Jaw, very slow coming in, but they are starting to come in. So let's check in right now with Martin Oldhughes and just see how things are going at the DoubleTree. Martin.
So currently the NDP actually leads 3 ridings. Jacques and Roy is leading Regina Northeast, which actually used to be Gary Gould's riding last year. Trent Weatherspoon, which has been the leader, which has held the seat of Regina Rosemount since 2007, is currently leading a new riding, Regina Mount Royal. And Jared Hawk, who was elected last year for Regina Wolf Acres, is currently leading that riding. So while the Sask Party is overall still winning the election, we're starting to see that NDP is showing some push in Regina. Reporting live for Sask Today, I'm Martin Olchus.
So again, John, we're starting to get some of these numbers coming in. Still, I don't think we're close enough to sort of say this is going one way or another, as I've just hit refresh again just to make sure, that's safe to say that. But again, the Sask Party, 31 seats leading so far. The NDP, 13 leading so far. Wouldn't you say, John, that if the NDP were going to pull it out, we'd start seeing some bigger numbers from them by now?
I'd say so. I think that it's still too soon to draw any conclusions, given that we still have a lot of Saskatoon that's out. We have a lot of the urban vote that is still yet to be counted. So I would say hang in a little bit longer and see how that goes. But right now, with the Sask Party where they want to be at 31, and that is enough for a majority government. But I'm sure that they would certainly like a few more seats to make it more comfortable.
And certainly, it's a little too soon to say one way or the other that we have a winner. But we're starting to trend towards that. Wouldn't you feel that way too? We're
starting to trend, but again, we've still got a lot of vote to come in, and we don't want to jump the gun like they did in other elections, like in 2000 in the United States with Florida.
Yeah.
We want to get it right. We don't necessarily want to get it first, because if you get it first, you might get it wrong. And you do not want that.
Wasn't it President Johnson who beat Dewey? Right? I'm just trying to think of the Chicago newspaper that had Dewey wins on it in an actual fact.
No, it was Truman.
That was Truman. Yeah, that's right. Sorry, that's what I was thinking of.
Dewey defeats Truman, the famous headline, and Truman held up the newspaper, and he had a good time with that.
Yeah, he had and his predecessor had won in a landslide 2 or 3 times in a row, too. That was Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and he was his running mate in the last one and became president upon his death in April 1945.
And no one expected Truman to win that election, and he did it, and shocked the world, including the reporters who worked for that newspaper.
And one of the most famous headlines, really, of all time, Dewey wins and beats Truman. So as we continue to go ahead, as you can see, we are very reluctant to call a winner until we are absolutely certain that's exactly. We have 40% of the voting stations now reporting in, so at least some of these numbers now have a little more depth to them. But before we do that, I understand we've got Trent Weatherspoon on the line from Regina Mount Royal. He is the candidate for Regina Mount Royal. Trent, are you there?
Yeah, I sure am. Really great to join you, Andrew.
Oh, Trent, as always, great to speak to you, and especially in your new riding now of Regina Mount Royal, which, by the way, and as I'm scrolling quickly to try and check for you, you are leading 92 to 55, but still only 3 of 11 polls reporting in. But how are you feeling about election night so far for your team and the NDP?
Well, Andrew, we're feeling really positive. Our candidates have been really well received across this province. We've laid forward an offer and a vision that will deliver change in this province, that would make life more affordable, and that very importantly would fix and build up healthcare at a time where it's just not in the condition that we need, and to support those classrooms across our province to make sure that kids in our province are getting the best education possible, something that the Sask Party's really done a number on. And, of course, we need to build up our economy and deliver basic value for money and accountability and transparency to the people of this province. People have been looking for change in this province from corner to corner to corner, and we've had incredible candidates who have done the work, and now we'll see where the dust settles and where people place their trust.
Trent, it's John Cairns on the air here. How are you doing tonight?
Yeah, great, John. Great to connect with you.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, do you have any idea what's causing the delayed returns out of the cities tonight? You might have a better idea than we do in the studio.
I don't have a better answer for you. I know that it was predicted that the polls out of the cities were going to be a little later to report, so I don't know what the factor is behind that. We can certainly get that answer for you, but I know that was was predicted that some of the urban centers would be slower to be reporting.
Trent, are you still seeing a path to 31, even though the Sask Party is already leading in 31 ridings? Are you still feeling that your party can still get there?
That's right. The path is there. You're going to see some really serious momentum and support build in our numbers over the next period of time. And ultimately, this is for the people of the province to decide, but there's definitely a path here and a lot that's not decided here yet. It's an exciting night. We're looking forward to the next couple hours here.
Trent, thanks so much for joining us tonight, sir. We really appreciate your time.
Thanks to you both. Those are two good guys there, Sean and Andrew.
Thanks, Trent.
Have a good one,
Thank
guys.
you.
Trent Rotherspoon, the NDP candidate in Regina. Sorry, they changed the name of his riding on me, and I'm trying
Regina
to remember.
Mount Royal.
Regina Mount Royal. In another part of the city when I moved here, he was my MLA, and I actually first met him on my doorstep, which was really funny, and that was during an election campaign, so it was a lot of fun to do that. We're coming up to the top of the hour. Just a reminder, you are listening to extended coverage of Sask Votes 2024 on SASKTODAY.ca.
This is 620 CKRM, a Harvard media station. Available everywhere in high-res audio with the CKRM app.
The polls in Saskatchewan have now been closed for 2 hours. The count is underway, and very slowly but very surely, we are starting to get some more numbers, John. We now have 108,019 total votes as you listen to our coverage here on SASKTODAY.ca. And John, it's starting to look like the NDP, as Trent just a minute ago said, there's going to be some momentum. Maybe we're starting to see something like that right now.
Yeah, I'll get you updated. 32 for the Sask Party right now, 21 for the NDP. So the NDP are making a comeback here in the we're into now hour 3 of our coverage tonight, and the NDP starting to take some leads in the city of Saskatoon. We're looking at leads for the NDP in Saskatoon Centre, Chief Mistawassis, Churchill Wildwood, Saskatoon Eastview, which is Matt Love's seat, Saskatoon Fairview, which is Vicky Mowatt's seat. Sask Party still leading in Saskatoon Meewasin, and 3 of 12 reporting there still.
Yeah, one vote difference, so still a ways to go for sure.
Saskatoon Utana, we have NDP in the lead there. And in Stonebridge, the NDP has a lead, and that's Bronwyn Ayres' seat. And 349 for Darcy Warrington of the NDP, 203 for Bronwyn Ayres.
And you see, it's interesting. We talked about this just a few minutes ago about how Bronwyn Ayres' riding of Saskatoon Stonebridge, a lot of the Sask Party voters that she enjoyed in the last one, which put her over the top, and as a matter of fact, gave her the largest margin of victory, I think, of any MLA in 2020. That a lot of her voters kind of got pushed out into a new riding. So right now it looks like it's hurting her, but there's still quite a ways to go with only 2 of 12 polling stations in that one, John.
Yeah, we'll still have to wait and see how that all shakes out, but early returns in Saskatoon not looking good for the Sask Party at all. They are also trailing in Saskatoon University Sutherland and in Saskatoon Willowgrove, and that is Ken Cheveldayoff's territory. He's trailing by 16 votes right now with 2 out of 12 reporting in there.
Quickly through the city of Regina Coronation Park, Regina Lakeview have not reported in yet, so we don't have numbers for them. Regina Douglas Park, the NDP's leading in that one, 209 to 161. Regina Elphinstone Center, which is Mira Conway's riding, 152 for the NDP, 75 for the Sask Party. Regina Mount Royal, who we were a guest just a minute ago, Trent Wotherspoon, he's leading now 92 to 55 with 24 votes going to the Green Party in that one. Regina Northeast, 773 for the NDP. That's Jacqueline Roy, 698 for the Sask Party. So that still has a long way to go. 6 of 11 polls reporting there. Regina Pasqua, 592 for Bahan Brar, who has the lead right now. on Mohammed Fayez, which this was the riding he won in the by-election, right? Do I have that right?
No.
He was in 2020 as well.
Yeah. This is a
Okay.
rematch of 2020.
This is a rematch of 2020
That's
in that
right.
one. Regina South Albert, Elena Young's riding. She's well ahead there right now, 663 to 321. Regina University, Gene Mikowski's riding, which was carved out of Regina Gardner Park and a few others. 237 now for the NDP candidate. That's Sally Hauser. Gene Mikowski, 125 votes. 7 for the Greens, 19 for the PCs in that riding. Regina Walsh Acres, the NDP well ahead there. Jared Clark's riding. And Regina Wascana Plains, that's Brett Blakely. 306 to 288 to the Sask Party. 3 of 11 polls in. So certainly lots of room there for either party to start putting some numbers on the board, John.
Regina Wascana Plains, that's Christine Tell's seat, and that's a riding that the Sask Party cannot afford to lose.
And yeah, that's it for sure.
Yeah.
And right now they're trailing, but again, there's still a long way to go in that one. So again, let's just update you on our total. Between the two parties, 31 now, Sask Party, 25 for the NDP. That number has closed rather considerably and rather quickly, John. I mean, a few minutes ago, the Sask Party didn't take long to get into double digits and then close to that 30 and 31 number, but the NDP has really started to pick up some steam here in the last 5-10 minutes of voting information that we've seen dropped.
Yeah, we're getting the results coming in from urban Saskatchewan in a hurry now, and I noticed that Prince Albert Carleton, the NDP, have a lead there, so that's just reported in. 1 out of 10 polls reporting there, just an 8-vote lead for the NDP, but that's one of the ridings that has just reported in. Taking a look at the Battlefords, we were waiting for results from that area, and Jeremy Cockrell is in the lead there.
Okay, so because remember before he was kind of behind and then ahead, so now he's pulled ahead again.
He is ahead. No, we had like no returns for the longest period of time. And now suddenly he's ahead by like 300 votes.
Oh, that's good.
313 vote lead for
That's
Jeremy
good. We're
Cockrell.
getting results, pardon me.
We finally are, yeah.
Just to make sure we're clear on what I was saying, that was good for. But yeah, so I mean, these numbers are still a little slow coming in. And very interesting when you see the Sask Party at 31 and the NDP at 25. I mean, they're 6 leads away, picking up and putting themselves in majority country. But that's still a ways to go, especially with some of these tough ridings outside of Saskatoon and outside of Regina that they're hoping to secure. That may or may not go their way. There's still a long ways to go. We still have reporters out and about. We've been checking in on tonight. We want to make sure that we do get a chance to talk to all of them. We've heard from Martin Oldhughes a couple of times already. Jason Antonio, who's keeping an eye on things for us in Lumsden Morse. And that is, of course, the Sask United riding of John Haramick. But John Perez in Saskatoon, who has been, I think they're at Prairie Land Park in Saskatoon tonight, if I'm not mistaken. And John has a look at some numbers for us. John, what do you have so far?
Results started coming in from Saskatoon Centre, where incumbent Betty Nippy Albright of the NDP leading Sask Party's Dale Haraniak with 5 of 11 voting stations reporting 460 to 282. No results yet here in Saskatoon-Nutana, where there are 3 candidates, incumbent Erica Ritchie of the NDP, Mumtaz Nasib of the Sask Party, and Whitney Greenleaf of the Saskatchewan Green Party. For Sask Votes 2024 on SASKTODAY.ca, John Perez in Saskatoon.
Thank you, John, for that report. Great to hear from John tonight as well, one of our young guys that's working up in Saskatoon, doing a great job for us this evening. We're still not getting all these numbers in from Saskatoon-Nutana, as you mentioned, and a couple of other places. Are you seeing anything new on your charts?
Saskatoon-Nutana coming in pretty strongly now for the NDP. Erica Ritchie leading that one with about over 2,000 votes there now, about a 1,400 vote lead over the Sask Party. So that looks like it's pretty much well in control for the NDP.
Yeah. So and as you look at these numbers, I mean, it was looking like we were just rolling towards another Sask Party majority, and we still may. I mean, there's still a lot of time to go, but the NDP have really climbed up the standings now. And even remember earlier on in the first half hour, 40 minutes, the Sask Party's hold on the popular vote was holding right around 65, 63. They've dropped below the 60% mark, and the NDP have picked up. Now they're at 31.8% of the popular vote. Very interesting.
Yeah, it's starting to close really fast. And I should point out that in the results that we are seeing in Saskatoon and Saskatoon and Regina, we are seeing results that are pointing to the NDP winning in big fashion there. We're talking about they need to pull off the urban sweeps, and it looks like they may be in a position to do that.
Here in Regina, for sure.
In Regina right now, they are leading in every seat in Regina.
Except for Regina Coronation Park and Regina Lakeview, and the only reason why they're not leading there, John,
is because the results are not in.
We don't have any numbers yet.
Yeah.
But we'll be keeping an eye on those. I mean, we're hitting refresh here all the time, checking on this for you guys, trying to bring you the very, very latest information. But again, a good point that John makes. The NDP have pretty much swept Regina, apart from Regina Lakeview and Regina Coronation Park. We are still waiting for that. Should be a matter of minutes, I would hope, before we get those in. And then when you look at Saskatoon, as you pointed out, apart from Saskatoon Silver Spring, Saskatoon Southeast, Saskatoon Silver Spring, that's the only one right now that I'm seeing. Now we've added a couple of more here, Saskatoon Willow Grove, where the Sask Party's leading. So right now the NDP dominating in Regina and pretty much dominating in Saskatoon.
Saskatoon Silver Spring, that's Paul Merriman in the lead there. That's a cabinet minister, Minister of Corrections, Policing and Public Safety, former Minister of Health, a riding that has been Sask Party forever, and part of the urban firewall that I talk about, and that's a riding that they need to hold.
We've only got 40% of the polls reporting in Saskatoon Silver Spring as well, but that gap is only 81 votes so far.
Well, based on that, I'm going to take a look at that. I think I'm getting some new numbers that suggest that Ken Cheveldayoff is actually in the lead there now.
Okay.
By 1 vote.
Oh, boy. So, yeah, it's going to be tight. But still, again, how many precincts or polls reporting in so far?
3 out of 12.
Yeah.
Long way to go.
Yeah, long way to go. But, again, this is sort of going along the lines you talked about, in terms of the NDP needs to perform excellently in the cities, and so far we're seeing that.
Yeah.
Regina Athabasca, but the Athabasca constituency up north, and the last I saw, they were leading there. We'll go back and double check that, and they are by a substantial margin now. 1,117 votes for Leroy Laliberty, and 404 for the Sask Party, Jim LeMaig, who I don't want to call it just yet, but this is getting near that time where you start, looking at the your competitor's phone number and think about making a call and making a concession.
Yeah,
so
I'm almost prepared to call it.
Yeah, that's 19 of 31 ridings. I'd be happier with 1 or 2 more that continue to show the same trend. And again, the Green Party, the only one other party in that riding that's registering any votes at 27. So a non-factor yet again. It's just been the 2 main horses in a lot of these races. Batoche is another place you can look at for that too. Sask Party has 2,463 votes so far in that riding, 1,200 for the NDP, 301 for Sask United, and 86 for the Green Party. But again, when you look at 387 votes going to 2 other parties, that's not really diminishing anyone's standing here.
Yeah, that's right.
As we go through. What part of the province would you like to look at next, John?
I am looking at Saskatoon again. It's just fascinating looking to see where the Sask Party has the lead in urban Saskatchewan. And right now, they have the lead in Willow Grove by 1 vote, Silver Spring by less than 100 votes. And I'm taking a look at Regina. They are not leading anywhere in Regina right now. Prince Albert Northcote, that's interesting, is that Alana Ross is leading there for the Sask Party.
And, even we kind of jumped into some of the cities, but we neglected Moose Jaw, so I just want to jump into that one, if you don't mind, for a quick sec here, John. So we have Moose Jaw North, and that is Chantal Fisher going against Tim McLeod of the Sask Party there. The Sask Party with the lead, 715 to 366. Moose Jaw Wakima, of course, that was a controversial riding. That was in that Mr. Weeks... No, he was...
That was Mr. Lawrence.
Yeah, Mr. Lawrence has that one. I'm sorry. And that's Megan Patterson of the Sask Party, who's doing well. 617 votes for the Sask Party, 475 NDP, 54 for the Green Party, but 4 of 12 reporting in so far. So Moose Jaw still has a long way to go before we see any numbers there. Regina looking pretty definitive, though, John, by and large, eh?
Yeah, so far, Regina holding up for the NDP, not a single lead for the Sask Party there.
The only one that's really close, and this is because probably there's so few polls that have reported, is Regina Pasqua. But that's Mohammed Fayez, of course, as you mentioned, winning that in 2020, and Bahajan Brar, who's running against him in that. Right now, it is the NDP leading that 592 to 559, so that margin is much closer. Regina Pasqua, that's a riding we haven't really hit on too much, 559 Sask Party, but 592 for the NDP. The NDP are leading in Regina Mount Royal, Regina Northeast, Regina Pasqua, Regina Rochdale, Regina South Albert, Regina University, Regina Walsh Acres, Wascana Plains, and Lakeview, again, the only riding, and Coronation Park. We haven't heard from them at all yet tonight.
And Regina Lakeview, just a reminder, that is Carla Beck's riding.
And again, that's not something we're expecting to flip or anything like that, for sure. Regina Coronation Park is also we're still waiting to hear from, and that should be an interesting to watch as that goes in. Jeff Davis joining us from Shellbrook, which is where Scott Moe has his headquarters tonight. Just so everybody knows, Scott Moe is kind of off on his own in Shellbrook. The Sask Party has a sort of gathering set in Saskatoon and Regina, but that's where the premier Scott Moe wanted to set up tonight, was at the arena in Shellbrook, and that's where we find Jeff Davis. Jeff, how you doing?
Doing great, and I really want to just tell you that there's kind of a quiet and watchful mood here at the Richardson Pioneer Center. So basically, Scott Moe and his supporters have kind of a private reception set up behind a couple sets of doors away from the press here. But it's not the kind of raucous attitude you might see at a celebration. We're still really in watch mode here, so it's kind of. And, they're getting ready with the food for the catering from Arnie's Grill next door. But, nothing is cracking off yet. Everybody's just kind of watching and waiting for now.
Yeah, I mean, and so has there been a lot of supporters show up? I mean, the polls closed 2 hours ago, and to be honest, it's kind of a surprise to a lot of us. We don't have a result already to be able to tell you about. So are you getting any feelings that supporters are starting to show up?
Yep. Lots of supporters showing up for this event. Quite a few, just even looking for parking around the arenas, getting a little bit sparse here. So, yeah, lots of people out here. And I think, this seat, of course, looks like it's going to go handily to Mr. Moe again. So it's really, the fights, I think the people everybody watching are the ones down in the cities in Saskatoon and Regina, of course, as you're bringing the results in.
Jeff Davis, thanks very much for joining us, man. We'll keep we'll keep in touch with you, and we'll be expecting to hear from Premier Scott Moe, or Scott Moe, leader of the Sask Party, probably within the next hour or so. Jeff, thanks again.
Okay, thanks very much.
And we'll keep checking in with our reporters. Again, Sask Today, we have reporters spread out all over the province, but we identified really 6 key battlegrounds that we knew we would want to hear from, and that was one of those areas, not only because it's Scott Moe's riding, but just because of the importance it has in terms for the Sask Party, wanting to make sure they hold on to that one as they build that northern strategy as well and try to get those northern ridings out of NDP hands. 161,947 votes have been counted so far. I'm going to hit refresh one more time just to make sure. That's what I got. We have the Sask Party leading in 33 ridings, the New Democrats leading in 24 ridings. So the Sask Party's gone up a little bit, John, but so have the New Democrats. And again, that popular vote for the Sask Party, just under 60%. For the NDP, it just kind of keeps ticking up a little bit every time we check it out. Now at 32.3%, John.
Yeah, and they are really starting to come on strong in both Regina and Saskatoon, but one thing that stands out to me is that, we talked earlier about Prince Albert and Moose Jaw. Right now, those two cities seem to be saving the Saskatchewan Party, because you take a look at Moose Jaw, both those seats right now, Sask Party are ahead, and you take a look at Prince Albert right now in Prince Albert Northcote, Sask Party is ahead there, so that's 3 out of the 4 seats in those two cities.
Yeah.
And now you see why Scott Moe spent so much time in both those cities.
Yeah. It
trying to save it.
It looks like it might be paying off for him anyway.
It might be,
That's for sure. I mean, and this might be the gate that the NDP can't get through.
That's
to
right.
get through that final push to 31, and may pretty much all but everything. This might just be the thing that gives the Sask Party their majority and keeps them in government. Again, looking at some of the other numbers, some of the places that we haven't really talked about, Rosetown, Delisle, that's still being led by the Sask Party by a healthy margin. Roster and Shellbrook, obviously. Saskatchewan Rivers, one we've talked about as well. Nadine Wilson's riding. It's again looking like she's going down to defeat. 21 of 34 of the polling stations reporting in. The Sask Party has a firm grip on that one, John. 2,035 votes so far for the Sask Party, 954 NDP, 445 for Sask United. That's the incumbent Nadine Wilson, 52 for the Green Party. But what is interesting, 227 for the PCs. I mean, even they're picking up some votes on the right. So look at that. That's sort of three different right parties all picking up votes. The NDP at 954. To be honest, even if they had all of these votes together, they'd still be a little short of the Sask Party.
Yeah.
It really wouldn't have helped them out too much.
Interesting total for the PCs and Saskatchewan Rivers, that's for sure.
Yeah. And considering, again, you have three right candidates running in there, and they're all getting votes. So it just, I think that kind of gives you a trend of how things are going. Over at the Doubletree in Regina, that's where the NDP are gathering tonight. And we have on the line with us Elena Young, who's, I'm sure, anxiously watching the vote counting tonight. But Elena, you're probably feeling pretty good about the numbers you've seen so far.
Well, it's pretty, well, I was going to say it's early days, but it's, I guess, quite late at night, at least for me. I have two kids under the age of 3, so normally I've been asleep for an hour at this point. But, early days. We'll see. It's really great energy in the room, which is, I think, keeping people pretty hyped.
One of the things John Cairns and I, and he's my co-host here tonight with me, that we've noticed is that there's some progress being made in all the cities, but there's a couple of ones, especially around the Prince Albert area, North Code, etc., that it just doesn't seem that you're able to knock the door down there.
Yeah, I'm not being coy here. I haven't seen it, and I've been doing press, so I know for a lot of these seats we only have like a third of the polls reporting. I'm not sure if advanced polls have come in, which I know is normally like a tsunami of votes coming in at once. Yeah. So obviously we've run this campaign to be competitive everywhere in the province, certainly not just in the cities. That's something Carla's been really clear about. We have been running. We've had candidates out knocking doors across the province, not just in urban Saskatchewan. So I'm very excited to see what the rest of the night brings. And also want to just appreciate, God, those election workers who are counting all of these ballots. Bless them all.
Yeah, especially someone who is math challenged like I am. Counting half a dozen is hard for me. Never mind counting a whole bunch of things. So that's fantastic. What about you yourself? I mean, in your riding, and just the campaign itself. How do you feel that you performed? Do you feel that you were able to strike the right message with the constituents in your riding?
I certainly hope so. I was thinking about it today. It's obviously been such a beautiful month weather-wise here in Saskatchewan. And as I was out pulling votes today, I was just really trying to take a moment to be in the moment and think about how lucky I am, how lucky all of us are to be able to participate in an election, even in some small way. And I certainly felt I had a really warm reception on the doorstep from voters, from supporters, even from people who weren't voting for me. I've been knocking doors since 2015. The number of people who've been kind of crummy, I could maybe count on two hands. Yeah. Saskatchewan people are so generous, and knocking on doors and getting to participate in an election, honestly, no word of a lie, it really restores my faith in humanity and democracy and the basic decency of people. It's just such a remarkable thing that we all get to do. I'm so thankful.
Well, Elena, I just want to thank you very much for taking the time to join us tonight. John, did you have anything you wanted to add before we let her go?
No, Regina, South Albert, how many of those doors that you knocked on, how many of them were kind of brand new doors compared to the last configuration in 2020?
Probably about a third of the constituency is new to me. I lost kind of my suburban flank on the east side, as well as the university and campus, and then I picked up kind of the south, the established south end of the city, some of the bigger houses. It's great. My in-laws live in the neighborhood. My husband went to elementary school in the neighborhood, so kind of familiar territory for us. But it's great getting to meet new people.
Oh, Lena, thanks so much for your time tonight. Good luck the rest of the way. We really appreciate your time.
Thank you, guys. Have a great, if not a late night.
Yeah. Hopefully not too late. It's John and I are already past our bedtime.
Yeah.
I just want to point that out. But again, Elena Young, really no surprise that she's performing well in Regina South Alberta.
She last time she won by a bare margin, but we expected that if the NDP were to make gains tonight, that she would benefit from those gains, and so far she's leading the Sask Party by about a 2-1 margin.
Real interesting was some of the way the ridings or constituencies were redrawn. You know, you heard her talk about losing some of her flank over here, but picking up some more over here. I mean, it's very challenging as a politician because, I mean, you could be bringing in a whole pool of voters who maybe didn't vote for you last time. I mean, that's a pretty tricky spot to be in when you don't really get much of a time to get to know your new constituents.
It means you have to knock on a lot of doors to get that face time and that familiarity and introduce yourself to a lot of new voters, and it's not the easiest thing to do if you're an incumbent.
No, not the easiest. But again, we thank, and we, by the way, just thank all the candidates who have called in and joined us tonight so far. Just fantastic. We know how busy they are too, so it's always fun just to get a chance to talk to them. So 208,212 votes now total have been counted, representing 65.2% of the polling stations. So there's a big dump coming somewhere, though. At only 208,000, that just covers the people that were in the advance polls during voting week. You know what I mean? Like in terms of that number. So there's still lots and lots to hear from. But leading the Sask Party at 33, which is 2 above where you need to be for a majority. But that is leading, not elected. So as a matter of fact, I don't really think we can call them elected in too many ridings so far. The NDP at 26 now. Now, that number was considerably south of that just 20 minutes ago, half an hour ago. So far in total, 119,885 votes for the Sask Party province-wide, 71,140 votes for the NDP. So that works out to roughly about a third, maybe 34% of the votes, or the popular vote. And for the Sask Party, again, they were up in that 60 percentile for so long, and we've seen that kind of drop down a bit. Now at the 57%, just above 57% mark in terms of popular vote, but I don't think there's a kind of too many surprises lurking our way, John. I think we're getting pretty close to seeing how this is going to turn out.
Moose Jaw Norris, Tim McLeod is leading by over 900 votes now. He's starting to really pull away in that riding. Moose Jaw Waccamaw, Sask Party are still in the lead there. 4 out of 12 polls reporting. And Prince Albert Carleton, this is interesting. Sask Party leading in both Prince Albert Carleton and Prince Albert Northcote. I don't think anyone saw that coming.
No, and the margins aren't huge, especially with less than half of the polling stations reporting in Northcote and just 3 of 10 in Prince Albert Carleton. But 1,124 votes for the Sask Party, 916 for the NDP, 68 Sask United, 17 for the Green Party. That's Prince Albert... Sorry, I think I got my things mixed up there. Let me do Prince Albert Carleton again. 1,124 for the Sask Party, 916 NDP, 68 Sask United, 17 Green Party. And then Prince Albert Northcote, 1,005 for the Sask Party there, 972 for the NDP. So they're still contending in this one. I mean, there are still a couple of these ridings that, you know, are a couple of polls away from being counted that could put the NDP in front and maybe put them on that path to 31, John.
That's right. These are not in the bag for the Sask Party at all.
Nope.
And the NDP, if they can flip these over, then they have a chance here.
I think there's a few ridings you can say are pretty much said and done. Meadow Lake being one there. That's Jeremy Harrison riding. 4,000 votes for Jeremy Harrison right now. 1,899 for the NDP. So they're 2,000 short with 34 of the 35 polls in. So I think you can pretty much call that one for Jeremy Harrison.
Jeremy Harrison is, I would say, elected based on that.
So. Yeah, for sure. Melville Saltcoats as well, just outside of Yorkton there at Melville. Sask Party with a very healthy lead there, 23 of 29 polls in. I think we can call that one for the Sask Party as well. 3,939 votes to 1,420 for the NDP. A little disappointing, I think they didn't compete a little better there, John.
Yeah, I would think so.
Any other numbers you're looking at that are jumping out?
It looks like Jeremy Cockrell may be heading back to the legislature from the Battlefords. He's leading by over 1,000 votes now over Tom Krasinski of the NDP. 2793 for Jeremy Cockrell, 1,650 for the NDP there.
On the battleground and in the Battlefords, this is one we talked about.
And this is one that the NDP, they were targeting this seat, and it's one that Jeremy Cockrell won with 66% of the vote last time, and that was obviously too much to overcome. There's still vote to come in, but it looks like it's going to be staying with the Sask Party.
Yeah, for sure.
And after all of the heat that Jeremy Cockrell took in the education portfolio as well.
First of all, I mean, rightly or wrongly, whatever, but I mean, education, social services, Minister of Health, I mean, those are some of the hardest jobs in cabinet. But, they're also the most coveted, too, because they're high profile, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, for sure. Still ahead, we're going to check in again with our reporters around the province as we start to sneak up towards the result here tonight. And I also want to check in one more time with Tom McIntosh from the University of Regina. And as we've been going over a lot of numbers, thought it'd be good just to sort of put some context into some things. Tom McIntosh, as you may know, we've been using him a lot on the other media organizations as well. A very knowledgeable guy. He's the professor of politics and international studies at the U of R. And we'd asked him basically what's at stake for both the Sask Party and the NDP as they were heading into tonight. And they're still pretty close, but that was the question we asked him, and here's how he answered it.
Everybody's expecting there to be more New Democrats, fewer Sask Party members. The question is how big each of those numbers actually wind up being. The more New Democrats that get elected, I think the more likely it is that questions start getting raised inside the Sask Party about Scott Moe's leadership, and that maybe there's a time for a change there. I think with Beck, there's much less at stake in leadership terms. The NDP has changed leaders rather frequently lately. This is, I think, the fourth leader of the NDP since the Sask Party came into power. Beck will have gone from a caucus that began as 12. They won a couple of by-elections. They got to 14. If she's in the low to mid-20s in terms of seats, then her leadership is perfectly safe. It would have to be some complete reversal of what everybody is expecting and what all the polls have said. If they wound up only winning a few more seats, then maybe there are questions asked. But I think the person who's got the most at stake leadership-wise is the premier at this time.
Yeah, for Beck and for the NDP, I think the issue in past elections was they had trouble getting their leaders actually elected. And we don't expect Carla Beck to have any kind of problem.
No, I don't think Carla Beck, I don't think either of the leaders of the two main parties, will have any trouble holding their own seats. Yeah, the NDP had two leaders in a row in elections that failed to win their own seat. That tends to demoralize a party in a pretty hard way. And so I think there's just much less risk going into this for Beck than there is for Moe right now.
What about any other big names like cabinet ministers? Are there any names that stand out who might be nervous on election night?
Well, I think if you're an urban cabinet minister in Regina or Saskatoon, you're probably pretty anxious. You're probably, one of the interesting things, usually members of the cabinet are often out and about in other ridings campaigning for other candidates and lending their stature and their prominence to, bolstering a new candidate or somebody who's been a backbencher and might not be terribly well known, all of that. And you use them as sort of surrogates for the campaign. We haven't seen much of that in this campaign. Scott Moe has been pretty much the only spokesman speaking on behalf of the party. And I think the cabinet ministers are all sticking pretty close to their ridings and doing a lot of local campaigning and, shaking hands and door knocking and all of those sorts of things to try to counter what is perceived, at least in the two cities, as being a big swing to the NDP.
Let's take a look now at the broader picture, because the Saskatchewan election is the last of three provincial elections. We had the one in BC, which was too close to call after election night, and then New Brunswick, which saw the Liberals take power away from the Conservatives. So any broader trends to point to from what we've seen there that could translate to the Saskatchewan race here?
I don't know. There is an interesting divide in the BC election. Some people have characterized it as a urban-rural divide. I'm not sure it's urban-rural as much as it is the lower mainland versus the rest of the province. There's a lot of urban British Columbia that's not in the lower mainland that all voted Conservative. And so if you look at the electoral map, the orange is all down in that one corner of the province and sort of up the west coast, and the rest of the province is entirely blue, Conservative blue. And so that's kind of similar to the kind of rural-urban divide that we may see here. New Brunswick, I would say there's probably not much there. People tried to draw a connection with the pronoun bill that Higgs had introduced in New Brunswick that was replicated somewhat in Saskatchewan. Higgs lost his seat in the election, but I think part of that was the pronoun bill divided the Conservatives in New Brunswick. He lost cabinet ministers over that bill. There was none of that in Saskatchewan. The caucus, even those who later said they disagreed with the bill, at the time the bill was brought in, were silent about it. Nobody stood up and walked out of a cabinet meeting and handed in their resignation because of that bill. So I think the situations within each of the parties was quite different. So I don't expect anything like New Brunswick to happen here. And not only do I not think the government will change, I don't think Scott Moe is at any risk of losing his own seat either.
Yeah. You touched on this before when you talked about BC, about the urban-rural split, and there's a lot of speculation out there that it could replicate itself here in Saskatchewan again this time.
Yeah, and I think it's much more clearly an urban-rural split in Saskatchewan, or there's a much greater likelihood of a truly urban-rural split. I think that poses real challenges for the government going forward, poses challenges for the NDP as well as opposition. It forces you to sort of confront a question about how are you going to govern the province? Are you going to double down and say we're an urban or a rural party and we're going to put those interests front and center? Do you try to reach back out to the urban center, try to find some way to include urban voices into your government? Similarly for the NDP in Saskatchewan, if we wind up with that kind of split, it just highlights the fact that over the last decade and a half, 2 decades, they've let their once quite deep rural roots sort of wither away. And there's nobody, they're not able to attract the sort of high profile rural candidates that they're going to need if they're ever going to win those seats. They need the local mayor or the reeve or, the person who was a councillor or the school board trustees and that to be choosing to advance their political careers by running for the NDP in their rural community. And there's not enough of that happening for them right now. And so this is just, it's indicative of, this is a party that does not have any real deep roots any longer in the rural parts of the province.
So that's Tom McIntosh, Professor of Politics and International Studies at the U of R, a go-to guy for us during our campaign coverage, bringing perspective and some context to some of the things that we've been talking about and reporting on during the campaign, but also giving some really shining a bright light on something that you and I are about to talk about, which is the urban-rural split. And we are certainly seeing that tonight, John.
We are seeing it in a big way right
spades.
now.
Yeah.
Right now in Regina, we are seeing no Sask Party in the lead anywhere in Regina.
Finally,
Zero.
Finally heard from Regina Coronation Park, the NDP. That's Nor Berkey that is in ahead there. Regina Douglas Park, Nicole Saar. That one there, Regina Elphinstone Center, we were looking at too. Amira Conway, but Lakeview was one we hadn't heard from yet, and that was Carla Beck's riding, and that's about as safe as the Bank of England.
And she's having no trouble leading by a 2-1 margin.
Yeah.
Just 1 out of 10 polls reporting.
Long way to go there still. Regina Mount Royal as well. Trent Wotherspoon's riding, the finance critic. He's well ahead in there. Yeah, I mean, it's Regina Northeast is at least in contention. At least it's kind of close, but most of these other ones,
much closer than I expected. Actually.
Yeah, but there's still a ways to go. Although you have 77 Green Party votes mixed in there, and 118 for Sask Progress. Now, this is the former Liberal Party, been sort of renamed and rebranded. That number kind of surprises me a little bit, though. Maybe not in that riding, but it does kind of surprise me a little bit.
Yeah, and it's actually hurting the NDP, I think.
Yeah.
It's keeping that seat in contention for the Sask Party in a riding that I didn't expect they'd do quite as well.
Yeah. We can say Regina Rochdale is definitely going to stay NDP or go NDP. Joanne Pratchler winning there with 11 of 11 polls in.
That's big news. Laura Ross has been defeated, and she's a cabinet minister, and she's been there forever. That is huge news.
And the number is 608 votes. That's the difference right there, with 161 for the Green Party and no others for the other parties. So just the 3 registering votes there. And I think they only had the 3 candidates anyway, so that makes sense.
And I think there's still mail-in ballots to come in, but that's pretty much over.
Yeah, I think you can put that one in the bank for the NDP. As a matter of fact, it's looking like just about any riding in Regina, they are all going NDP. And Saskatoon, I was about to say a similar story, the same story. But Saskatoon Silver Spring, where you have Hugh Gordon for the NDP and Paul Merriman, of course, that's at 2665 or 2465 for the Sask Party, 2465 for the. I thought I was reading it wrong originally for the NDP. They're in a tie.
We have a tie. That's insane.
That's 70%, and that's 70% of the polls coming in. So we still have more polls to come in there. But Saskatoon Willow Grove, that looks like the only, and I'm just double checking here because maybe I'm wrong, but that looks like the only urban riding that they're making a dent in.
That's the only one where they have the lead. That's Ken Cheveldayoff, and that's probably the safest urban Saskatoon and Regina seat.
And when you think
for the Sask Party, and he is right now ahead by
what 32, 35 votes?
35 votes.
Yeah. And that's Alana Wakula who's in that one. And again, when you look at that riding, that's very close, and that's only 4 of 12 reporting in so far. So
yeah, that's another one that we're going to have to keep an eye on.
So let's, we're seeing this split in the urban vote. I mean, the urban versus rural vote. I mean, it's really coming into relief now.
Oh yeah.
When you check these out. So again, in the cities of Regina and Saskatoon, there's only one Sask Party member in contention, and that's in Saskatoon.
Yeah.
And Moose Jaw, let's have a double check at them. I think those were still trending towards the Sask Party, and they are rather largely. Moose Jaw North, 2,426 votes for the Sask Party. To 1,401 for the NDP in Moose Jaw North. That's Tim McLeod's riding. And over in Moose Jaw, Wakima, you have Megan Patterson with a lead for the Sask Party, 1,239, 938 votes for the NDP candidate. Melissa Patterson is the, even though they have the same last name, they're not related, right? We checked into that?
That's right.
Anyway, but there's still a 301 vote lead, 89 votes for the Green Party in that one. Half the precincts or half the polling stations reporting in. So 280,529 votes counted so far, and we're expecting upwards of 450,000 maybe. So there's still quite a few votes out there to count, John.
Exactly, and the urban-rural split, where we're going to be talking about this for days.
Oh, yeah.
Like Saskatoon and Regina, we're talking about one Sask Party potential seat in both major cities, which is wild. We have not seen something like that going back to the 90s.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, and it just shows how the demographics of the cities have changed quite a bit in the last even 20 years, but even going further back than that. But a lot of people have moved into this province in the last 4 years as well, and I don't know what kind of impact that's having, but certainly interesting as we keep track of this. So again, leading so far, Sask Party 34, NDP 26. We have 76.7 polling stations reporting in. That's 986 out of the 1,286 in the province. Only 3 constituencies have completed their counts now, and that is Meadow Lake, which we've already established is going to go back for Jeremy Harrison. He'll be returned to cabinet. Looking as well, Regina Rochdale, the count is done there, and that one is going NDP. And I think we mentioned that one already. And the last one that we can say is done for sure, Saskatoon-Meewasin. Nathaniel Teed winning that one, and 1,400 plus votes in that one. So again, not a big spread, not a big surprise that Mr. Teed won that one.
Yeah, and like I say, we still have like mail-in ballots to count and so on, but that is definitely going to hold up for the NDP for sure.
Yeah, you would think so. And again, we're starting to get closer and closer here, folks, now at the Sask Party 34, the NDP 26. We're starting to see that most of these have the vast majority of polls reporting in, so you can report more of this a little bit more as fact. One of those areas, Cypress Hills, no surprise, that's going to the Sask Party. That's Doug Steele, 5,378 votes compared to the NDP's 1,307, and that's Claire McNabb running for the NDP. Doug Wilson of the Buffalo Party actually picking up some votes there, 468. Not the highest performing Buffalo Party member. There's a couple of them in Estevan Big Muddy. Phil Sajak's riding. He's the leader of the Buffalo Party, 526 votes, which puts him just behind the NDP at 622. But that is Laurie Carr's riding, and that one's not being challenged. I think we can safely say Laurie Carr will be returning to the legislature as well, John.
Yeah, we are looking at 34 for the Sask Party, 26 for the NDP, and one tie. That's where we stand right now.
One virtual tie.
Yeah.
But we've still got a few polls to come in on that riding as well. So we talked extensively about sort of what we thought was going to happen tonight. And I have to admit, so far, neither of those little possibilities have really kind of come home to roost. We have so far what's looking like a reduced Sask Party majority and a much stronger New Democratic caucus that's going to be in opposition benches. It's certainly been more noisy.
Yep, that's for sure.
In the legislature as they count this up. So again, 297,724 votes have been counted again so far. Sask Party leading in 34, the NDP leading in 26. Pretty much I'm just going through a lot of the rural ridings, and not many of them appear to be too close. John, are you seeing anything different than I am? I don't really see any one that's really, really tight.
Yeah, the rural ridings look very much settled for the most part. Martinsville, Blairmore is still early on. Sask Party leading there by a 2-1 margin. 3 out of 10 polls reporting.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's not even that close, really.
Yeah, and as you go through some of this too, so a lot of people were wondering, gee, what sort of factor would Sask United have if they get any sort of real serious vote numbers? What would that do to the Sask Party's total? But when you look at some of these numbers, like let's see where the Sask United's doing well in Weyburn-Bengoff. 5,259 votes for the Sask Party. That's for Michael Weger. And then you have 1,415 votes for the NDP. That's Seth Lundrum. And then Sask United, this is probably their best total I'm looking at so far in that riding, which is 1,015 in Weyburn-Bengoff. So, 104 votes for the Green Party, 83 for the Buffalo. So, again, Sask United not really being that wild card that potentially we thought they might be tonight.
Yeah, I would say that it's been not a good night at all for the Sask United Party. They have lost both of their seats, and John Romick finishing in third place right now in Lumsden Moors. That I'm sure that he did not expect that.
No, I think he was expecting certainly a better performance. I mean, I'm sure he was expecting to win, but certainly a better performance.
Yeah, he's running in third place right now. 18 of 31 polls reporting there. I think we should probably talk about the cabinet, because the cabinet is going to take some hits tonight.
Yeah, there's we've already seen a couple of them go down here tonight, so go ahead.
Yeah, so right now we have Bronwyn Eyre trailing the Minister of Justice and Attorney General, and she's in Saskatoon Stonebridge, and she's trailing by about close to 700 votes. and that's 9 out of 12 polls reporting. So she is not in good shape right now. She is trailing by a significant margin, and it is getting late in the count there. Taking a look at Gene Mikowski, Regina University, he is trailing by almost 400 votes, 7 out of 10 polls reporting there. Again, it's getting late for Gene Mikowski, so he is trailing. Taking a look, I'm going to try and move this to the next page here, if it will let me. Scott Moe, obviously re-elected in his riding.
Yeah.
Jeremy Cockrell hanging on in the Battleford, and that's one that was watched closely. Everett Hindley, Minister of Health, holding on in Swift Current. Dave Merritt, Minister of Agriculture in Wood River. He wins there. Jim Ryder in Rosetown Delisle, Minister of Energy and Resources. Terry Jensen in Warman, Minister of Sask Bills, and let me just double check in that riding. 15 out of 23 polls reporting, and he's got that one. 4,134 votes compared to 1,583 for the NDP. So Terry Jensen on his way there. Jeremy Harrison in Meadow Lake, and Paul Merriman in Silver Spring. Taking a look at those numbers, and he was in a tie, and that's just amazing.
Yeah, it's pretty funny, right? I mean,
yeah. So we're going to be keeping an eye on that one. Laura Ross, as we talked about, a big loss for the Saskatchewan Party. She loses in Regina Rochdale to Joan Pratchler of the NDP, and Laura Ross, very much associated with parks, culture, and sport, and in particular the movie industry in the province. Like every time there would be a government media event at a movie shoot, she would be there, and she'd be so enthusiastic. And that's a big loss for the movie industry, having that voice in cabinet championing
for sure.
Those folks.
Because remember, years ago, the Sask Party government took away the film tax credit and some other things, and then they brought them back in the last few years, and now we're starting to see TV and film production return here to Saskatchewan once again. So especially that fantastic soundstage we have in Regina.
Yeah, so it looks like they're going to have to find a new minister. They're going to have to, because Laura Ross has gone down in her riding tonight.
So totals, just so you know, again, we like to keep an eye on the popular vote. And you know, when you look at numbers 34-26 in terms of riding, that's closer, than we've seen in a long time from these two parties. But 165,019 votes so far in total, province-wide votes for the Sask Party, which is about 55.5%, and the NDP at 108,555 votes, and that's about 36-37% in terms of the popular vote. So very interesting numbers. The NDP, again, stronger, but it doesn't look like they've got a big enough battering ram to knock down that urban or that rural wall.
Yeah. Still looking at the numbers, if this holds 26 seats, that would be their best performance since 2003.
And they were in government.
And they were in government that day. Yeah. In 2007, they dropped to 20 seats, so this would be better than that by quite a number of seats. So, the NDP would certainly like to get some more, but right now they are stuck at 26.
Well, the Sask Party's pulled ahead somewhere because they have 34 now. I'm just trying to think of which one that might have been. I'm just going back and having a look here. No, that was the number we had before. Yeah. So, but again, if you want to draw a map, ladies and gentlemen, it is very simple. The NDP winning in Regina, winning in Saskatoon, still battling it out in the Moose Jaw area, but it looks like that's probably, we're getting close. I mean, certainly looking at 7 of 11 polls in Moose Jaw North, the Sask Party with Tim McLeod there, 2,763 to the NDP's 1,636, and Moose Jaw Wakamo as Megan Patterson ahead by a score of 1,423 votes to 1,060 votes, 101 Green Party votes mixed in there, 7 of 12. Still too close to call now. That just jumped again, so I can give you updated totals. 21-28 for the Sask Party in Moose Jaw Wakamo, and 1,568 for the NDP. So that's still a big hill to climb with only 3 polls to report, John. That one might be slipping away from the NDP. And
taking a look at Saskatoon Stonebridge, Bronwyn Ayre is still trailing in that one. And the one I'm looking for is Saskatoon Silver Spring, and the NDP has just taken the lead. That was the one. The tie has been broken there. NDP has taken the lead by less than 100 votes.
Well, Ken Cheveldayoff still in the lead in Saskatoon Willow Grove, but not by much, by 50, actually less than that, by 45 votes.
45 votes. That's a very interesting one.
That's going to be tight.
He won by almost 4,000 last time.
Yeah.
That tells you about what's happened to the Sask Party in urban Saskatchewan.
And we have 7 of 12 polls reporting there, so still a ways to go, but that one, might get down to a final count even before we know who the winner of that one is going to be.
We may not know the final results in some of these ridings for days, in fact, because of the mail-in ballot situation, and they're going to be counting more of those on Wednesday. Yeah, it's we may sign off tonight not knowing some of the results.
Yeah, but I think for sure, I would say probably within the next half hour, we're easily going to be able to declare a winner, though, don't you?
I think we're getting close.
Yeah, I think
we're getting very close.
We're getting really close now that we have 326,104 votes counted, so we've jumped up quite a notch here. 83% of the voting stations reporting in. Still the score about the same, 34 leading for the Sask Party in constituencies, and some of those we can call elected, and 27 leading for the NDP. So 7 ridings, 7 separating these two, which was a much smaller gap than we've seen in previous elections, John.
Yeah, it's certainly been a much closer election, much more exciting election night than we've had in many years in the province of Saskatchewan in terms of how competitive it has been. And, it's been exciting for sure, and nerve-wracking, especially if you're a Sask Party supporter, especially if you're a supporter of one of those cabinet ministers in trouble or being defeated tonight. But, it's been one of those nail-biters, for sure.
And there's a few things to point out, too, that, even if the NDP doesn't form government or, really push the Sask Party, because they still have a majority at 34, so they can still pass any legislation. But at the same time, having a much bigger caucus for the for the NDP and the opposition is helpful to them. I mean, there's more voices and more brains around the caucus table. Certainly more people to put out into the public as well. I mean, a big change for the NDP. They're going to have to get some more seats in the caucus room.
Yeah, for sure. And this helps the NDP in terms of next time. They're not out of it this time, but this puts the NDP back in the game in Saskatchewan politics for sure, even if they don't win this time.
Yeah.
And right now they are hanging in at 27, but it's starting to get late in a number of these ridings here.
Yeah, and some of them aren't close enough to really get too bent out of shape of, especially any of the rural ridings. But Cumberland, we've been talking about that one all night. Jordan McPhail and Gregory Sieb there. It's 1,409 now for the NDP's Jordan McPhail. Very interesting, that one, and that was again one that you had identified early on as something that they had to do. And one of the other things that we're looking at here is I'm just scrolling down my page. All these Regina ridings, I mean, not many of these are even close, and we've got more than half of the polls reporting in all of them, and some of them way more than that. Regina Wascana Plains, Regina Walsh Acres, Regina University, Regina South Albert, Regina Rochdale, Regina Pasqua, Regina Northeast, Regina Mount Royal, Regina Lakeview, Elphinstone Center, Regina Douglas Park, Regina Coronation Park. Each and every one of those, John, NDP leading right now.
Regina Wascana Plains really stands out to me because that's Christine Tell's seat, the Minister of Environment, and that's got to be the safest Sask Party seat in all of Regina, and it is in danger of falling tonight.
Right now there's a 46 seat spread or 46 vote spread there. So Brent Blakely has a 46 vote lead on Christine Tell. There's still 4 more polls to come in. We don't know what part of the constituency they're from or anything like that, so we couldn't even speculate on what they might tell us. But we can tell you that that's as close as that riding has probably been in quite a while, wouldn't you think?
That could go to a recount. That's one to keep an eye on for sure. But Christine Tell's going to need a miracle comeback at this stage to take that one.
Why don't you just take a quick look through some of those Saskatoon ridings and just see, is there any, or do we have any more competitive races there, or are those pretty much starting to go, pretty much all NDP?
Pretty much. The competitive races are in the ones where the Sask Party had traditional strengths. And we're talking about places like Chief Mistawasas and north end of town where they're still in it, but the NDP is leading there by about 400 votes. And you take a look at Silver Spring, Sask Party are still in the contention there. Saskatoon Southeast, NDP are leading there, but Sask Party aren't out of it yet, but it's getting late in the count there. Taking a look at Saskatoon Westview is razor tight. I mean, 50-vote margin for the NDP there. So David Buckingham is hanging in contention. That could go to a recount if things keep on progressing like that. And Saskatoon Willowgrove, we talked about that. That's Ken Cheveldayoff, and he's in a major fight.
Yeah, as we come up to the top of the hour, as we get to 11 o'clock now, 3 hours that we've been bringing you this election coverage here tonight, and we are committed to keep going here until we get a result. But, John, I'm doing this, and I'm looking at the math, and I'm pretty sure in the next 5 to 20 minutes we're going to be able to at least declare which party is going to form a majority government here. But there's a couple of these races that could still pull that Sask Party lead down to closer to the 31 number and pull them within range of the New Democrats. But that's going to be a pretty tall order for them to do that. But we're still awaiting some of the final results. Again, one more, I'll give you a quick recap. At the top of the hours, we approach 11 o'clock, 339,081 votes that have been counted so far. The Sask Party leading in 34 ridings, the New Democrats in 27. None of the other parties look like they're even a factor in a lot of this, maybe in a few ridings here and there, but nothing that really is going to close the margin of victory one way or the other for either of the parties. So that's where we stand right now as we are at 10 o'clock. You're listening to Sask Votes 2024 on SASKTODAY.ca.
This is 620 CKRM, a Harvard media station. Available everywhere in high-res audio with the CKRM app.
Hours ago, we began live coverage on SASKTODAY.ca. 3 hours ago, we started talking about what was going to happen in the Saskatchewan election. And I can tell you one thing. This is about as long as we've gone in a provincial election in the last little while. These usually in the first hour or so are decided pretty quick. We knew tonight would be a lot closer. We weren't sure how close. I don't think, John, it's as close as voters for the NDP would like, though.
At this point, they are at 27. They need to get to 31, and they are 4 short. And they are in what's saving the day for the Sask Party right now is what's happening in Moose Jaw and Prince Albert, where the Sask Party is leading in every seat. And I don't think that too many people expected that to happen.
There's a lot of people that expected all those seats to flip. Maybe, not Scott Moe's riding, of course, but some of the other ones they were talking about. Going to the NDP, considering some of the, shall we say, internal politics within the Sask Party in some of the Moose Jaw ridings, especially involving the speaker and him being forced out.
Well, no, he was up in Randy Weeks. He was up in the bigger area.
Yeah, that's right. Sorry, he's bigger, but it's still.
You're getting confused with
Kindersley
Greg
Bigger.
Lawrence.
I do that. That's twice I've done that tonight now, and I don't know why. But Kindersley Bigger, I think, is what we were talking about there. And even that riding, that is strongly in Sask Party hands, as we're seeing in just about every rural riding.
But in Moose Jaw Wakamo, Greg Lawrence, he had the controversy with the criminal charges, and a lot of people thought that would cause issues for the Sask Party in that riding. And right now, Sask Party are it's a close race, but the Sask Party is still ahead in that particular one.
And
Moose Jaw Wakamo, they're leading by about 600 votes with 10 out of 12 polls reporting.
So the NDP are getting success in terms of they've swept Regina, they've pretty much swept Saskatoon, and we're not done there yet, but that's what it's looking like, but we're not there yet. But they weren't able to get through in Moose Jaw. And
right.
that was a place that both Scott Moe and Carla Beck spent not only a lot of time, but a lot of capital.
That's
in
right.
terms of political power, in the terms of people they brought out and the events they had. And it doesn't look like the NDP is going to be able to pull those seats out of the Sask Party's hands.
And the NDP put in an almighty fight in Moose Jaw, and I know that they were targeting Tim McLeod and saying all kinds of terrible things about him and about the health ministry, well, rural and remote health anyway. Mm-hmm. And based on these numbers, Tim McLeod is going back to the legislature, and it wasn't even a close race in Moose Jaw North. No. It was about 1,600 vote margin, and Tim McLeod is going to be going back to the Saskatchewan legislature.
I'm certainly willing to go with you on that one and call that one officially, as that one is definitely going back to Tim McLeod. 4,350 votes to the NDP's 2,761, and I don't think absentee ballots are going to close a gap of some 1,600 votes, John. No. I don't think that's going to do that. Moose Jaw Wakamo as well. That is going to land safely in the Sask Party hands right now. It seems 10 of 12 polls have reported in, and a good 600 votes plus lead for the Sask Party there. So, I mean, you take those two ridings and, add those to the NDP total, and all of a sudden, they're closing in on the magic number of 30 and 31, which is very interesting. Very interesting indeed. Let me just have a look here. Just have a look at some of those other numbers there, John. Let's check in with some of our reporters too. We have. Let's start with Jason Antonio. Why don't we do that one? Jason Antonio is with Sask United in the Lumsden Morse riding, and that is John Hromek, where he is. Looks like he's gone down to defeat tonight. Jason, it looks like he's already spoken. The leader. What did he have to say?
In the Lumsden Morse constituency, a loud, sustained cheer greeted Sask United Party leader John Hromek as he took to the stage at the election night headquarters. He acknowledged that the party did not do as well as he had thought. He said that he thought the party could win at least one or two seats. John Hromek himself finished third, with the Sask Party's Blaine McLeod being re-elected with 15 of 31 polls reporting in. John Hromek said that he was pleased with how the party did not compromise on its values and fought for what it believed in this election. For Sask Votes 2024 on SASKTODAY.ca and MooseJawTheatre.com, I'm Jason Antonio.
Well done, Jason. Thanks very much for that. So John Hromek already going down to defeat tonight, finishing third in that race. Not the performance we saw in the by-election that seemed to concern the Sask Party so much.
Not a good performance for the Sask Party, for the Sask United Party at all in that particular seat. They were hoping to really build on the momentum, and with Hromek being the leader of the party now, but really you have to wonder about what the future holds for John Hromek and for the Sask United Party now.
And we're going to get to our other reporters in a minute. Martin Holdhughes first, and then we'll get John Perez up in Saskatoon. But I got to admit, I'm a little surprised Sask United didn't do better.
Yeah, well, there were a lot of predictions that that this would be the result, that they wouldn't be able to hold their seats, and that's indeed what happened. So there were predictions both ways on this one.
All right, well, let's check in right now with John, or sorry, which one do we have first? I'm sorry, I just wanted to make sure. We're going to go to Martin first. Okay, Martin is over. Martin Holdhughes with Sask Today is over at the Doubletree with the NDP, and he's been saying that the NDP feel pretty excited that they're even seeing gaining some ground in some areas, Martin.
It's been picking up here at the Doubletree Hotel. The NDP has secured a lot of seats in the Regina riding. A few of those has been the new Regina and Mount Royal riding, where Trent Weatherspoon has won that. For Regina Wall Speakers, Gerald Clark has re-won that riding as well. Also, NDP leader Carla Beck has won her seat, no surprise. It's getting closer and closer for the NDP, and it's possible we could even see a tie. We'll have to wait and see what happens over the next half an hour. Reporting live for Sask Today, I'm Martin Holdhughes.
Thank you, Martin. And again, Martin's with the NDP at the Doubletree in Regina. And so let's check in with Sask Party headquarters in Saskatoon. Some of the Sask Party rural ridings around Saskatoon are gathering at Prairieland Park, and that is where we find our reporter, John Perez. John?
As the election results slowly nears its end, the Sask Party is looking to remain in government. Cheers from Sask Party supporters gathered here at Prairieland Park can be heard whenever one of their candidates is declared ahead or the winner in their constituency as numbers slowly trickle in. In Saskatoon, the NDP is leading in 13 of the 14 constituencies, while the Sask Party's Paul Merriman trails Hugh Gordon of the NDP in Saskatoon Silver Spring. Ken Cheveldayoff leads by a thin margin over the NDP's Alana Wakula. Saskatchewan United Party performed lukewarmly and failed to split the rural vote. For Sask Votes 2024 on SASKTODAY.ca, John Perez in Saskatoon.
Great report, John. Thanks very much for keeping us up to date there in Saskatoon. Again, as you've heard us, we've been talking with our reporters from Sask Today and Harvard Media News all across the province tonight, checking in with some of the key races. John, what do you got for us?
Still a tight race in Saskatoon-Willow Grove, but Ken Cheveldayoff now has about 170 vote lead over the NDP in that one there. So he's starting to get some distance, but still not out of the woods yet by any means. That's way too tight for comfort.
Again, yeah, if I was, I would be sitting in my rocking chair waiting for a few more polls to come in on that one. Again, the standings have 34 for the Sask Party, 27 for the NDP. No other parties are leading in any of the ridings. And John, as we were looking at tonight, we're seeing the NDP performing excellent in Regina, in Saskatoon, but they fell short in Moose Jaw, and that could be. That
could be the dagger.
That could be the one that puts the nail in the coffin for them tonight. As they're probably, is there still a path to 31 for them, do you think?
It's getting narrower and narrower, but they are the one ray of hope is that they are doing so well in Regina, Saskatoon. And that is keeping them alive at this point in time. There's some big news out of Regina that we should tell you about, though, and that's Christine Tell. Looks like she has definitely been defeated in Regina, Wascana Plains by Brent Blakely of the NDP.
That's interesting.
All the polls are reporting there, and of course we need to still count the mail-in ballots. But Christine Tell falling short by about, I'm looking at about 400 or so votes.
350, thereabouts,
And that was a riding that she held. That was the safest seat in Regina for the Sask Party, and it has slipped away.
And that's, I was trying to remember the last time that was NDP, Regina, Wascana Plains.
It would have been that area around about 2003.
Oh, wow. So again,
2003.
When the Sask Party surged onto the scene and then took government in 2007 in that year, in that election before 2007. So very interesting. We can't tell you Carla Beck has won her riding. We can tell you Scott Moe has won his riding. So the leaders are being returned. We've seen a couple of cabinet ministers go down. Not surprising considering that the NDP have climbed and added now 13 people to their caucus table. They've almost doubled the number of people they have, but still not enough to make a dent in the rural wall and pick up some of those rural seats. What do you suppose that is? Is it no matter what Carla Beck and the NDP did? Do you really think that they would have convinced some of these ridings to come NDP or no?
It's hard to say. I think that part of it is that. The Sask Party campaign really was a campaign that appealed to rural Saskatchewan in a lot of ways. Yeah. Like he talked about the carbon tax a lot and opposition to it, and that resonates in rural Saskatchewan a lot because you have farmers and you have oil country and they care about stuff like that because it affects their bottom line, right?
Yeah, for sure. And they're just their message in the rules just either wasn't delivered well or didn't get through. I mean, that's really the bottom line there. And at the same time, the people in the rural areas are clearly where they sit with this.
Yeah.
If you're outside of a city, you pretty much have a Sask Party riding. That's pretty much how it is.
Yeah. Carla Beck was in the rural areas talking about rural health care a lot before the campaign. But during the campaign, we didn't see a lot of her campaigning in the rural areas. And I think that the party just realized they had to concentrate on the urban areas and hope for the best. And they're doing very well in Saskatoon and Regina, but Moose Jaw and Prince Albert, kind of a different story right now.
And as I'm just trying to go through here, because again, as I said, we have 34 Sask Party leading, and we have 27 NDP leading, and that gives us our total of 61, which is how many seats there are in the legislature. So I'm just trying to, as I'm going through some of these seats, I'm just trying to see which ones are still close enough, that they could still go either way. And boy, I'm having a hard time finding any that are even close. Last Mountain Touchwood, but that difference is still 1,700 votes.
That's over in Last Mountain.
Yeah, that's pretty. That's you can stick a fork in that one. Even the Moose Jaw ridings. I mean, they're
it's getting late.
Yeah, it's I don't think the NDP are going to be able to turn those ones around, and those just having a quick back look here. So, Moose Jaw Wakamo has 10 of 12 ridings reporting. Moose Jaw North 11 of 11. So I mean that one's done. And we can say that the Sask Party have won that. Tim McLeod has won that, returning as well. Wakamo still up in the air, but it looks like the Sask Party are going to take that. So, these are the two ridings that we talked about that they had to turn, and the NDP just haven't been able to do it.
Yeah. Going back to that article, Pathway to 31, maybe we could review that just now on the fly and tell you how it's done. So in terms of the Pathway to 31 for the NDP, the 14 seats they needed to hold, they've held them.
Yep.
So they've done that. Athabasca, they needed to pick it up. They did it, and in a very convincing fashion.
Yeah.
So that got them to 15. And then they needed to pick up 8 seats in the battlegrounds, and that's where they're running into trouble in Moose Jaw Wakamo. And we've just gotten another dump of votes there in that riding, and the Sask Party has taken a lead of about 800 votes.
Wow.
So in terms of the battleground ridings, that's where they are tripping up.
Yeah.
And you take a look at Saskatoon Westview, that's another one of those battleground ridings, and the NDP are in the lead there, and same with Regina Northeast, NDP are in the lead there, but those are too close to call.
Yeah, we certainly can't say they're going one way or the other.
Yeah.
Yet.
So if you're looking for the area where they are tripping up, it's in the battleground seats.
Yep.
And you take a look at the seats that are, the 9 firewall seats for the Saskatchewan Party. Tim McLeod is one of the firewall seats, and he held on tonight.
Yeah.
And that's another seat that's off the board. So
yeah, to be honest, if the Sask Party was still closer to 31 than 34 seats, I think the NDP would probably be feeling pretty good about themselves and that they still have a shot. But that gap is still, that 7-seat gap is going to be pretty tough to close with the ones that are left.
Yeah, I'm just going to have to take another look at the numbers, but it looks pretty tough for the NDP at this point of the evening here.
Again, we only have, we have 89.6% of voting stations reporting in, so that's 1,152 out of 286. So we only have another 134 to hear from before we have all of them reporting in. And 15 of the 61 constituencies have completed their vote count. And there's a couple of them that are tight, but not many that are going to affect the gap, 34-27 for the Sask Party. But if you are in the NDP, you could be very proud of the fact that, first of all, you have doubled the amount of people you're going to have around you in the legislature. It won't just be Carla Beck and a few others, and even a dozen or 13. This is quite a caucus that the NDP is going to have, not only to choose shadow cabinet members from, but also quite the talent base to build from for the next election, John.
Yeah.
Very, very interesting as we're going forward. And what are you looking at now? You're looking at some numbers.
The count for the night is over in Prince Albert Carleton, and it looks like it's going Sask Party. Kevin Kaysen of the Sask Party with 3,007 votes compared to the NDP 2,533. So that looks like that is a Sask Party hold.
Yeah.
And that's another one off the board that the NDP was targeting.
And that's a key one they had to have. So it almost looks like, the NDP have made some inroads here and there, but the gates are firmly closed outside the cities in a lot of cases.
Yeah.
Cumberland, again, it was a seat that we talked about the NDP really needed to get back, and they have at 1,817 votes in Cumberland for Jordan McPhail. That's 30 of 37 reporting there. 110 votes in that constituency for the Green Party. 38 voted independent. So just very interesting, too, again, the spread in votes, but, really the other parties not playing a factor in this. This is really a two-horse race.
It is remarkable watching the results from Regina. Every seat in Regina going to the NDP, and it looks like it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, and that's, which, again, when you win every seat in Regina and just about every seat in Saskatoon, and we're still waiting
you usually expect to win.
That's pretty much it. You would think that you should be making the victory speech at the end of the night, not the "we did a great job" concession speech. But let's see. Battleford's was another area that you and I had talked about quite a bit extensively, and that's where we find Angela Brown, and she has an update for us. Angela?
Sask Party incumbent candidate Jeremy Cockrell was declared the winning candidate in the Battleford's riding. He took the lead in 9 of 12 polls. The final results and mail-in ballots are still to be tallied. Cockrell was followed by the NDP party's Tom Krasinski, coming in second place. Cockrell says it's been a very busy campaign and is excited to be the winner in the race. He says the Sask Party has accomplished a lot in the last 4 years of government, and for himself as the local MLA. Cockrell notes the Sask Party wants to continue working on healthcare, education, and infrastructure to support the local economy. He adds he is looking forward to getting back to work. For Sask Votes 2024 on SASKTODAY.ca, I'm Angela Brown.
All right, so thank you very much, Angela Brown. So keeping you up to date here, it's still 34 for the Sask Party, 27 for the NDP. And I'll give you a bit of a rundown of how the cabinet ministers are doing once again, because that's a major story that we should touch on in terms of this election. And the cabinet has taken some hits tonight for sure. Starting with, we'll start with Bronwyn Eyre, Minister of Justice and Attorney General, and she is right now trailing by about 700 votes in Saskatoon Stonebridge, with 9 out of 12 polls reporting there. So it's not over yet, but it's not looking good for Bronwyn Eyre. Jean Mikowski in Regina University, trailing by close to 400 votes, 7 out of 10 polls reporting. It's not over yet in Regina University, but Jean Mikowski, who is the Minister of Social Services, he's trailing in that one. Taking a look at Saskatoon, Paul Merriman in Saskatoon Silver Spring, it's not over yet in that riding, but 9 out of 10 polls reporting there, and he is trailing by close to 200 vote margin there, just under 200 votes. So Paul Merriman in deep trouble in Saskatoon Silver Spring, and that's that part of Saskatoon that the Sask Party has won for like 20 years. And Laura Ross in Regina Rochdale losing, and Christine Tell in Regina Wascana Plains losing. So that's like, by my count, about 5 cabinet ministers going down. Well,
let's jump to the phone lines here. We have the NDP's Nicole Saar here with us, joining us from the Doubletree, I believe is where she's at. Nicole, thanks very much for joining us on the show.
No problem. Thanks for having me. So
we're looking at some numbers. What sort of feelings do you have about the numbers you've seen so far?
Well, it's exciting, and it's reflective of the momentum that we've been feeling this whole campaign, and the message we heard on the doorstep that people were fed up with this government and ready for a change.
It looks like in the cities you're fine. I mean, all of Saskatoon pretty much, all of Regina pretty much, just couldn't make that breakthrough. Prince Albert and Moose Jaw, and those were 2 areas that I know that the party was really focusing on. What was the message? Was it maybe you just couldn't convince enough people to vote your way?
Well, you know what? The night is still young. I don't think all of the polls have been accounted for at this moment in time. But it's still, again, a great turnout, especially compared to what we've seen in previous elections. And I think it's the beginning of a growing momentum within the province.
Now, if the numbers continue to stand up as they are right now, are you guys satisfied or happy with the massive gains you've made? You've basically doubled the size of your caucus. You've picked up some of the popular vote. Is that a victory?
We're very excited. We're very excited with the outcome of the campaign, with the campaign that we ran and the numbers that we're seeing so far. Obviously, our goal is to form government. There's definitely still a path for that. But if that's not the case, we're very excited with the numbers that we have so far.
I guess the next question is, are there enough chairs in the caucus room to add all these people?
That's a good problem to have. I'm happy to have that problem.
Yeah, you'll take that problem any day of the week, Nicole. And, of course, in your own riding of Regina Douglas Park, you're home and cooled there with 3,817 votes to 1,878. Again, strength in the cities. So going forward, how does the NDP breach that wall, the rural wall outside of the cities now, to try and convince some people about what you're about?
Well, one thing I'm excited about is that we have way more numbers to do the work this time around. So we can make our presence known throughout more of the province than perhaps we were able to in the past. We'll be able to get out into communities, into some of those centers that we haven't been in a while, and talk to folks. And we were starting to do that work this campaign, and we were getting some positive feedback in the work that we were doing. I think we're going to continue to do that and build on this momentum.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Nicole. Thanks very much for joining us tonight, and good luck the rest of the way.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
And there's Nicole Sauer, the NDP, and as we mentioned, winning her riding of Regina Douglas Park kind of handily tonight. But that's pretty much the same story for any NDP constituency in the city, John.
It was pretty much expected that Nicole Sauer was going to win in Regina Douglas Park. That's part of the orange wall that we talked about, and no surprises coming there. The real surprises coming from the breach of the big green Sask Party wall in Saskatoon and Regina.
Yeah, some of those Saskatoon ridings. We talked about the riding that Bronwyn Arian is in, the Attorney General in Saskatoon Stonebridge, which we mentioned had a lot of her supporters carved out of it before this election, and it's now with 9 of 12 constituencies reporting there. It looks like she's another cabinet minister who could be going down to defeat tonight, John.
Yep, exactly. And most of those votes that got carved out into Dakota Arm River tonight, those are votes that Bronwyn Eric really could have counted on. And it doesn't look like it's going to happen for her this evening in terms of winning the election.
And it looks like Ken Cheveldayoff could be the lone urban member of caucus.
And we don't even know that for sure yet from Saskatoon.
Yeah, that's still
could go to a recount.
We have 9 of 12, only 9 of 12. So there's still 3 more polls that haven't reported in, and the difference in votes is, I would say, it's 76 votes difference. Not even that. Actually, it's 66 votes different.
Let me just take another look.
That's my math. That's not very good, but I'm doing it. So the numbers are 29-18 for the Sask Party, 27-42. Now here's an interesting number. 178 Sask United and 51 Green. Both of those would have looked good in either of those two columns in Saskatoon Willow Grove for either of those candidates. They would have liked to have seen those.
Yeah. Saskatoon Westview, the NDP are leading there by 6 votes. That is a hair raiser.
Yes, it is.
West side of Saskatoon.
And we'll be, I'm pretty sure even no matter what number is released tonight, there will be some sort of, if it's within the boundaries too, there'll probably be another recount. Now, again, for Election Saskatchewan, so everybody understands how this works, is that they do an initial count tonight. They do a preliminary count, as they call it, with all the ballots that come into the ballot boxes, plus they add in the ones from voting week. Then as 3 days from now, they will do another count, a second count. This is where some of the mail-in ballots that were received before October 26th are counted, and they get added into the pile. And then you have a third and final count, and this is checking out all those ridings again, adding all those numbers in, as well as any absentee or mail-in ballots that came in after the 26th, plus anybody displaced. right? So that's people who are in remand in prison, people in hospital, things like that, votes that come in from there. Now, those wouldn't be a ton, but when you're talking about a 40 or 60 vote split, every one of those is going to be important going forward. So we'll be keeping an eye on that riding. But again, as we look at the overall numbers, 388,910 votes have been counted so far. We have 34 ridings or constituencies for the Sask Party, 27 for the New Democrats, and those are the only ones who are able to get to the front of the pile and be leaders. None of the other parties able to do that. Sask United unable to win back their 2 seats. Some cabinet ministers for the Sask Party tonight going down in defeat. But 91% of the polling stations reporting in, it doesn't look like these standings are going to change very much between now and the end of the count.
It does not. 34 seats for the Sask Party. Let's just take a look at what seats are still outstanding here that are in the Sask Party column that they have to worry about. Saskatoon Willow Grove, too close to call there. Ken Cheveldayoff in the lead there by about less than 200 votes, about 170 votes or so in that riding. Taking a look at Prince Albert Northcote, we're waiting for one poll yet to come in Prince Albert Northcote, and Alana Ross of the Sask Party leading by 71 votes over the NDP.
Wow.
Nicole Reincourt.
Yeah.
So that's another one that could potentially flip. If those two flip, it takes it down to 32.
Okay.
So
we're still, I mean, so you're not really going to see any sort of swing.
Yeah.
I mean, I just don't. I mean, the NDP is 5 short, right? I'm just saying, and I had to switch screens here for the moment. I mean, they're 7 short of the Sask Party. They're only going to, at best case scenario, maybe turn around 2 or 3 of these.
Martinsville, Blairmore is still, the NDP are still in the running there. Sask Party are leading with 1,525 for Jamie Martins of the Sask Party, 1138 for Tammy Pike of the NDP there. So that's still 4 more polls yet to come in that one.
Okay. As we're continuing to look around, and we'll be hearing from our reporter Tyson Off. I think he was talking with David Chan after...
He's been declared elected.
After his win tonight in the Yorkton area. So we'll check in on that one. No, we'll check in on that one a little bit later on. But it's getting late at night here, John. It's 11:30, and to be honest, I thought by now we would have heard the victory speech and you and I would be on our way to get our jammies on and go to bed. But
this is an exceptionally long night. I mean, I don't remember a night this long in Saskatchewan politics in a long time.
Yeah, but
it's been a long count.
But I think it's safe to say, I think we can safely say the Sask Party will form government. And I think the NDP are going to have a stronger than ever, really, since government. They're going to have more people around them since the early 2000s. But when we look at numbers that tell us 91.4% of the polls are in, there's just not enough votes left out there, really, you would think. At 388,000, we're only getting yet another 100,000 tops. It probably looks like we're closing in on a declaration.
I would think so. It's possible with some of the remaining seats here that we may not know until Wednesday what the final count is going to be, and what the final how that's going to go. But right now, it's certainly leaning towards Sask Party majority territory.
And, the story of this, the headlines that you're probably going to hear tomorrow, is the NDP wins big in the cities, but they can't break through in the rural areas of Saskatchewan. And that was what the difference was for the NDP in Manitoba, wasn't it? I mean, they were able to reach into all kinds of ridings that they had almost no access to before and really pull out some numbers, which is why Wab Kinew was able to form his own government. Just not seeing that same sort of change here, John.
Yeah.
What does that suggest to you? Like, does that suggest that people are perfectly satisfied with the Sask Party or in those areas? Or what do you think? Still too early to tell?
Still too early to tell, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm it's getting too late in the evening. My brain is kind of turning to mush.
Exactly. Here, so. I think at some point we are just going to we're going to keep going. But at some point, we are going to have to, say eventually that's enough. But that looks like at least everything that we're looking at, 91.4% of polling stations in, 388,910 votes. Sask Party leading in 34 constituencies, 27 to the NDP. And again, a reduced majority. So, I mean, there's that to talk about in this as well. The Sask Party losing some of their talent in terms of cabinet ministers going down. They'll have fewer members to call on and pick from than they've had in the past in terms of cabinet appointments. Should be an interesting sort of first few caucus meetings for Scott Moe and the party as they try to sort out some of these different vacancies that are in cabinet right now.
Yeah.
Any writing jumping out at you there? No, I'll keep having a look
I'm
here.
just waiting for additional returns to come in that could provide some clarity to the whole situation here.
Well, we have not yet heard from the NDP, who, as we know, would speak first tonight. Yeah. And they may not be prepared to do that with the numbers that are here in front of them. And, of course, Scott Moe is not going to make a speech. At least we don't think so, at least not yet. We are prepared to take those speeches live and bring them to you on the radio, folks. But again, if it starts to get too late past the witching hour,
we may not be able to do it.
You may have to wait until tomorrow morning to hear that on the radio and read about them on SASKTODAY.ca and Moose Jaw Today, and of course at GX94 Radio as well. But that's our numbers right now: 34 for the Sask Party, 27 for the New Democrats, and there is one sort of thing that was rather prescient tonight. And I think it was kind of funny is that when we were talking to one of the NDP people earlier, I think it was Trent, and then we were talking to Mira Conway, they talked about, hey, there's a surge coming. There's an orange surge coming. Wait for it. Because they only had 3, 4, 5, 6 seats. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, as soon as these urban seats came in, the Saskatoon ones, because we were waiting for them for a longer than normal period of time, and then waiting longer for the Regina ones. Now we have them all in, and when you add those into the NDP pile, I mean, that's where a lot of their support is coming from. The only place outside of a city that the NDP have won a seat is Athabasca, and I think that one's pretty much safe to take to the bank, as well as Cumberland.
Yeah.
I think you can take that one to the bank and put that in the NDP column as well. So after that, it's all cities all the time. And that's Regina and Saskatoon. But again, we keep coming back to Moose Jaw. They just couldn't break through in that community. Very interesting to see why that is.
That's the story of the election, is Moose Jaw and Prince Albert right now.
Without a doubt. And those were the two areas that we talked about right away, right off the hop, early in our discussions about election coverage. As those would be the two to keep an eye on, and as it turns out, that's exactly what we're talking about. So let me just give you a quick update on that. So in Prince Albert, Carleton, as you talked about already, John, 3,007 votes right now for the Sask Party's Kevin Casson, and over in Prince Albert, Northcote, it's Alana Ross, who is leading at 25.97 compared to 25.26 for the NDP's Nicole Rancourt. So, I mean, that one has 13 of 14 polls in, but that's too close to call, that one.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a vote difference of 71, if my math is correct. Interestingly enough, again, 281 Sask United votes in this one, 87 to the Green Party, and either of which, if you move them into the other column, would have really made a difference for one of those other candidates. I'm not saying that's how people should have voted, but I'm just pointing out that there was a lot of talk about Sask United potentially in a vote split on the right and the NDP coming up the middle and all that kind of stuff, but we're certainly not seeing that.
Yeah.
As we go forward. So we're continuing our coverage here tonight. We still have our reporters. Hopefully they're having a cup of coffee and staying awake and being able to continue to keep feeding us some information here. I'm just checking in on some of our other reporters as well. Just again, for those of you who have hung in with us from the beginning at 8 o'clock, thank you very much. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage tonight. It's been a lot of fun doing this. Sitting next to a guy like John, who's very knowledgeable about this kind of stuff too, just makes this a little bit more interesting and fun. So,
and we have not seen an election night like this in a long time.
No,
in
sir.
Saskatchewan.
You and I didn't have gray hair in those days.
Yeah.
I think that's how long it's been.
Yeah.
But for sure. When you look at these numbers, again, a lot to be happy if you're an NDP supporter. You've doubled the caucus. You'll certainly have a bigger voice, less opportunity for the Sask Party to just simply get its way. But at the same time, when you don't form government and you're sitting on the opposition benches and you want to be on the government benches, it doesn't matter what the score is. You just didn't win, and that's the bottom line.
17 years in opposition, and we're looking at potentially extension to 21 years. And that's going to be a bitter pill to swallow for the NDP at the end of the night.
Yeah, we got Martin Oldhughes again at the Doubletree in Regina. Martin giving us the latest. Hit it, Martin. What do you got?
Well, it's still pretty close, as the NDP are only currently 6 seats behind the Sask Party. There's been a few upsets. Jerome Patchler has actually beat Laura Ross in a Regina Roxdale riding. Nora Berkey has actually won the Regina Coronation Park riding. And Sally Hauser has actually been Jean Matowski. And so there's been a lot of upsets by the NDP in general. Now, there's still a few ridings that are super close that could go either way. So it might still be another half an hour, but we're getting near the end of the election. Reporting live for Saturday, I'm Martin Oldhughes.
Thank you very much, Martin, and doing a great job there of covering the NDP for us, who are gathered in Regina at the Doubletree, which is where Carla Beck is scheduled to speak later on. But we're going to be staying on the air for another 20 minutes or so, and then we're going to put a bow on this one, John, at midnight tonight, simply because, you and I have to work tomorrow.
Yeah, that's true.
No, seriously though, we will bring you all the reaction and all the speeches or comments from both the party leaders. But I think we can pretty much safely say it is going to be a Sask Party majority government. The question is, will it be 6 or 7 seats? That's really the big question that's left. But I think the main question has been answered, that we will have a Sask Party majority government again.
Taking a look at Regina Wascana Plains again, I know that I had sort of declared Christine Tell defeated, but in that particular riding, there's still a lot of mail votes that still have to come in. There were about over 1,000 requests for mail ballots.
Okay, well that's within the margin of error that we have here, because it's, as you pointed out, in Regina Wascana Plains, right?
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about. 3759 for the Sask Party. That's Christine Tell. 4,114 now for the NDP's Brent Blakely. So that is what, less than 400? That's 300 and a little bit, 360.
It's still going to be a really tall order for her to keep her seat, but that would be. On Wednesday, they'd be tallying those votes and counting them up, and that would make that riding definitive in the end.
The only one, Saskatoon Westview, is the only one that is, too close to call at now in the NDP's lead at 2,066. That's April Chief Cap, and the Sask Party's David Buckingham has 2060, and the vote difference is 6.
That's the closest race in the province of Saskatchewan right there.
Without a doubt.
That's wild.
That's the only one that is probably could go to either column. We just don't know which one. So that would give, right now it's in the NDP column, so they have 27 to 34 of the Sask Party. That would put them at 35 and the NDP back at 26. Yeah. But still, that's still really too tight. As I joked about earlier, tighter than 2 coats of paint. That's still got... that's still got a little bit of room to go and some votes to count in there. But a lot of these other ones, though, John, apart from the couple we've identified, not many of these are going to change. What we are hoping for, I think, as I look around some of the news reporting agencies as well, I think most have come to the same conclusion that you and I have, that we are going to have a Saskatchewan Party government. That the headline is going to be that the NDP wins big in the cities but struggles in the rural election vote. And sorry, John, what you can just tell me what it is. I can't see it from where I'm sitting. Oh, okay, there we go. Yeah, so we are seeing more people doing what we just did minutes ago, which was declaring the Sask Party the victors here. But I think that's what we have.
Yeah, I think so.
Without a doubt. Now, what we're going to do is we're hoping to get some of the speeches on here soon. CBC declaring the same as we have, by the way. CTV declaring the same as we have, saying Sask Party majority. And I think that's a safe bet. I just can't see the NDP closing that gap. But at the same time, the NDP could make it a smaller majority. If they're able to hold on to that one seat and maybe and maybe push into another one with a recount. But we're just waiting to hear now from the parties themselves. They're going to tell us when the speeches are going to be made tonight. Generally, in this situation, we would have Carla Beck speaking first at the Doubletree, followed by Scott Moe. But as we are closing in on midnight, I think we'll have to watch and see exactly what it is we are going to be able to get. I mean, some of these guys, it's late for them too, and they may want to wait till the morning until we have a more fresh sort of approach to it, or when the Premier or Scott Moe has a chance to look at that. Let's look at a couple of these Regina ridings here real quick before we jump back to the phone, and we talk to Nor Berkey here in just a second here. I'm just trying to remember one of the ridings here I really wanted to keep an eye on, and I'm just going back to it now. And where are we here? There we are. It's Regina Coronation Park. There's the NDP have that one by quite a margin at 3,663 compared to 2,710 for the Sask Party. But Nor Berkey is joining us on the line right now. And Nor, first of all, congratulations on your victory.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
This was just looking at the numbers right in front of me, 3,663 votes, 10 of 10 polls in, 2,710 for your Sask Party competitor. First of all, how does it feel to win?
Well, it's really exciting, and we heard the doorstep a lot about affordability was biggest crisis, that the prices of gas, utility, groceries, and on the top, the rent went so high, the people were really looking for change. And I will say that it was a crisis because everybody is facing these problems. People, they are raising their children, and people, they are seniors, they are all having the same issues. So this was one of the loud and clear at the doorstep. And the second, we heard really loud and clear about the healthcare and education, where everybody's very concerned about that. So by having that one, I think we are very excited by having so many seats at this time.
Well, and again, I mean, it's a tremendous breakthrough for the NDP. I mean, now with leading in 27 ridings, the Sask Party 34, but it looks clear that the Sask Party is going to form a majority government once again. But is this still a victory for the NDP, considering you have doubled the size of your caucus, essentially?
Well, we are really optimistic about that. If we are getting momentum, like if we go back to 2020 election and then we go to by-election, and to this election, definitely we increased our power over here is opposition, and it will be a strong opposition. I will say that it will make a really good form of people that we will be together. And I'm pretty much confident that in next days, people will be looking definitely for change, and we will form a government in 2028. Sure.
Well, Nor, thanks very much for your time tonight. Congratulations again on your victory, and we'll be talking to you again as the session of the House gets called back in, as the House gets called back into session soon, and you guys get back to work. Thanks very much.
Thank you for having me.
That's Nor Berkey joining us this evening. I was about to say this morning, but it's not quite this morning yet. It's this evening still, 11:45 here as we continue this up. We are with the understanding that Scott Moe has arrived at the arena in Cumberland. In Shellbrook.
In
Shellbrook,
it's
sorry.
getting late, folks.
Guys, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we've been talking a while. But it's so he's going to speak. Now, generally, because, I mean, everybody's now declared the same as we have, which is that the Sask Party has a majority government. Usually, we would have the NDP speak first. So we're not sure who's going to get to the podium first. We are monitoring. We have live lines both set up at the Doubletree, where the NDP and Carla Beck are. And we're just waiting for confirmation on that. But we are running against also midnight here, too. And I'm sure some of you folks out there would like to be able to go to bed and get ready for work tomorrow as well. So we'll just hold on here just for a couple more minutes and to see if we can at least get Carla Beck on the air here real quick and some of her speech before Scott Moe speaks tonight. But, John...
I've got some news out of Prince Albert, and this is probably part of the reason why the networks are calling a Sask Party majority. The count is now finished in Prince Albert Northcote, and Alana Ross has apparently won that seat, or at least 125 vote margin there.
Wow.
So that's going to likely go to a recount. And let me just take a look at the... there's not too many mail votes left to count.
Mail-in votes, yeah.
Only about 324, so it looks like it's going to go to the Sask Party in that one.
I mean, there's potential they could close that gap, but that's that's what I'm just trying to look at. Yeah, that's 120 votes that you'd have to get out of that, and
but that could go to a recount there
for sure. And again, there's a couple of ridings that are close, but really, in the overall scheme of things, nothing's going to pull the Sask Party closer to the NDP down around the 31-30 mark, where the NDP could get up to 31 and form government. So it just doesn't look like that's going to happen.
Saskatoon-Willow Grove, it looks like Ken Cheval-Dayoff is starting to pull away there. Almost a 300 vote, actually 260 or so vote lead in that one for Ken Cheval-Dayoff. And the way things stand, he could... possibly end up a cabinet minister the way things are going?
You would think they would want someone experienced like Mr. Cheval-Dayoff in cabinet, you would think. But
he'd be like the only one right now from either Saskatoon or Regina who's an MLA for the Sask Party.
And there's no question, you're going to want your one rural or your one urban MLA to be a cabinet minister. I mean, I think that just makes... that makes perfect sense. So as we continue to go through this again, no real new numbers dropping in on us. We can tell you that the total votes, 418,997. We have 95%, almost 96% of all the voting stations reporting in. And we have the standings. Sask Party 34 with 221,703 votes, or roughly 53% of the popular vote.
Yeah.
That number started at 62-65 tonight.
Yeah.
So it's come down considerably. The NDP, they may not have grown by leaps and bounds, but they did continue to grow in terms of popular vote, picking up 165,223 votes, and that's just under 40% of the popular vote, which is way more than they've seen probably since the 2000s.
Taking a look at the popular vote, comparing it to 2020, in that election it was 61 to 31%.
Yeah.
For the Sask Party.
Yeah.
And in this one, Sask Party drops by about 8%. NDP is up by about 8%.
Yeah.
So, that's the story.
So, going into the night, here are the storylines. The NDP had to break through the rural wall and get into some of those rural ridings. They didn't do that.
They didn't do it.
They had to win the North, which they did.
They did.
They wanted to win in Prince Albert, which they did not.
They did not.
And they wanted to win at least one and possibly two of the ridings in Moose Jaw.
And they did not.
Even with those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Ridings, 4, 5 ridings, that wouldn't have put them over the top. But it would have made Scott Moe's majority far less comfortable. I mean, if you're at a 32 kind of, seat, you're sitting at 32 or 33 seats, you got to make sure all your members are there for big votes.
Remember the rural firewall we talked about? 28 ridings for the Sask Party that they needed to hold on. They did that tonight. They held all of them, which means all they needed to pick up was 3 ridings in urban Saskatchewan, and they did that. They got the 4 in Moose Jaw and Prince Albert, and now we know why the leaders spent so much time in Moose Jaw and Prince Albert.
Yeah.
That was a key to the election right there.
Yeah, that's a key point that you can all take home from that one for sure.
They were the kingmakers in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. And we talked about those ridings being important, and we saw tonight just how important they were to the Sask Party. The NDP, I think, performed well. I don't think you could really complain. I mean, they fell short of their eventual goal. But anytime you can double your caucus and reduce the opposite, the governing party's majority, that's probably a pretty good day.
Yeah. I think they're going to be very happy with the seat gains that they had. I think they're going to be frustrated in the end that they didn't win the election, but it's something to build on for the future for sure. And these results put the NDP back in the game. They're back in the game in Saskatchewan politics.
And the Sask Party is going to have to play politics probably a little differently now, because within the next year, they're not going to have Justin Trudeau to kick around anymore.
Exactly.
They won't have Justin Trudeau to be the enemy, the bad guy, the boogeyman. That's coming to take your money and all this kind of stuff, which is, that this is how they've used, Scott Moe needed an enemy. The NDP weren't strong enough in this province to really make enemies for him, so he needed someone bigger to pick on, and that's one of the reasons why he did that. That's one of the reasons why he's fighting with Ottawa. Yes, there are political differences. Yes, there are philosophical differences, but that's one of the advantages of doing things like that. Is you have that. You need an enemy. You always have to have someone to warn your electorate about that person is a bad guy, and we need to make sure that we don't let that happen. And he was able to take that message and parlay that in the rural voters. Will that message still play 3-4 years from now?
I doubt it.
That's right. Because
we're likely to have a different prime minister by then.
Certainly a different prime minister and perhaps even a different party in power.
Yeah.
And that election could happen sooner rather than later. The federal Conservatives pushing for another vote with the Bloc Québécois tomorrow.
Which means we could be back here sooner rather than later, you think?
Let's hope cooler heads prevail. And
Jeff Davis is on the line.
Sorry, let's check in with Jeff Davis again. Jeff, you are up in Shellbrook with the Sask Party tonight and the Premier-elect Scott Moe. How are things going there?
Well, it's really quite a moment of anticipation here right now amongst the press. So we've gotten word that Mr. Moe is in the building here and will be coming to the podium to deliver his victory speech here shortly. Apparently, we're just waiting on Carla Beck to give her concession before he takes the stage. But it looks like it's all over but the final remarks here in Shellbrook, and the Sask Party seems, I would say, relieved about the outcome of this election.
I think that's probably a good way to put it, Jeff.
That's kind of
Relieved might be the right word.
The understatement of the night.
Especially as they saw that gap start to narrow, as the NDP crept into double digits and then into the 20s in terms of constituencies leading. Now, just so Jeff knows, and so you know as well, I have it that that Carla Beck is going to speak in about 10 minutes, so that'll be right at midnight, right on the dot at midnight. I think we'll stick around and we'll make sure we catch that speech. And then Scott Moe will probably speak just a few minutes after her. But I don't want to guarantee that for anybody as we're still trying to figure out our best path forward here tonight. But again, clearly a Sask Party victory tonight. Clearly Scott Moe a chance to talk about a victory for his team.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly right. And one of the things that we're going to have to hear about in the next few days most definitely is what's going to happen with the cabinet. Who's going to be in the cabinet, because they've taken some hits tonight, some major hits, and they're definitely going to have to fill some holes, not just the holes that retired.
Yeah.
Because they lost a lot of talent in terms of, Donna Harpower and Dustin Duncan and Gord Wyant and Don Morgan and all those stalwarts that Don McMorris, and they're going to have to not just fill those seats.
Yeah.
They're also going to have to fill the seats of, it looks like, Bronwyn Iyer and Laura Ross and Jean Mikowski and the names that have gone down tonight.
I mean, let's be honest, losing the Attorney General, not good for the cabinet.
That's a big loss.
That's a big loss, and of course, Bronwyn Iyer instrumental in a lot of these legal arguments that we've been seeing with the federal government over resources and jurisdiction and things like that. Now her voice around the cabinet table will no longer be there, and they'll have to find someone else to take over that role. And again, a diminished ranks, diminished number of people to choose from that are sitting around the table in terms of talent that they can choose to bring in. And we're just waiting to see here.
The count, by the way, is over in Silver Spring, so Paul Merriman going down in that one too. So that's another big loss.
Okay, so we're saying there's another one, and these are all fairly prominent cabinet members, or at least caucus members as well. I mean, Scott Moe is going to have a much smaller caucus to deal with when he calls the House back into session as we go forward. So we're again just waiting for Carla Beck to take the stage at the Doubletree here in Regina. That should be happening in the next few minutes or so. We are expecting her to obviously thank her team, and overall, again, you can't see that they'd be unhappy. The NDP should. I mean, you fell short of the goal, but there's a lot to talk about here that's very positive for the NDP. And unfortunately, they did what they were expected to do, if you know what I mean. They didn't go beyond that. They won the cities, which they were expected to do, but they couldn't break through in Prince Albert, and they couldn't break through in Moose Jaw. And that's something when they go back to the drawing board that they'll probably be paying particular attention to come 2028 when we get to do all this again. Although by the time the speeches come, we might be in 2028. No, I'm only joking. I'm only joking. But just very interesting going forward for Scott Moe.
Very interesting for sure.
And, without some of these key players, as I mentioned in the cabinet, I mean, he's definitely going to have to make some changes. Let's go to the DoubleTree right now, where we have Carla Beck with her concession speech for the NDP tonight.
Tonight, the people of Saskatchewan have elected an incredible team of Saskatchewan NDP MLAs that will fight day in and day out for the people of this province. We will work to represent the people that have elected each of us and all the people of the province in every corner of Saskatchewan, regardless of how they voted tonight.
You're listening to Trent Wotherspoon, who's about to introduce NDP leader Carla Beck after an election loss in Saskatchewan.
Building upon, we have a path to build a better Saskatchewan, and it's because of your leadership. But now I want to recognize our leader, someone who has worked day in, day out across this province, rural and urban, north and south, to build this project and to build the success that we found here tonight, and that will keep working. That will keep working and keep building to deliver on that promise of a better tomorrow. Friends, join with me and show some love to our good friend, our leader, Carla Beck.
Well, you're all up late. Friends, what an incredible journey this has been that we've been on together. Standing here tonight, looking out at all of you, I'm filled with a deep, deep sense of gratitude. So much pride. Friends, we came so close. You know, when we started this campaign, many people didn't give us much of a chance, but we believed. And because of the hard work and determination of all of you in this room and right across this province, we gave people a reason to hope again. And that's not nothing. In fact, that's a victory in its own right. Now, we might not have crossed the finish line first tonight, but my friends, we have changed the landscape in this province. To our entire team, to my family, to every volunteer who poured their heart into this campaign, and we had a lot of fun while we did it. I want to say thank you for every phone call, every door you knocked, every conversation. You made a difference. You truly did. And tonight, I'm incredibly proud of what we accomplished together. To all those who believed, who supported us, I know you're feeling disappointed. I'm not going to lie. Oh. Well, I'm a bit disappointed. I know this isn't the result that we had hoped for. But let me tell you, tonight is not the end. This election has proven that Saskatchewan wants positive change. Across this province, people are feeling tired of being left behind, seeing the healthcare system crumble, struggling as costs grow faster than their paychecks. The close result tonight is a message that the people of Saskatchewan want and deserve a government that puts them first, and we are not going to stop until that vision is a reality. Now, I do want to take a moment to congratulate Scott Moe and the Sask Party, but to his new government, I also say this. Tens of thousands of Saskatchewan people have sent you a message that they want better for their province, and we'll be there to hold you accountable every step of the way. Tonight, I say to every person in this province who allowed themselves to hope, who left everything on the field, who believed in this campaign, and who showed up for that change, I promise you, I promise every one of you, this is not over. We've built something incredible. We've built something lasting. We have awakened hope in this province, and we're only going to grow it from here. Because we know that change is a process. It doesn't happen in a single night or a single election. As much as we tried to make that happen, you know, I'm pretty stubborn. But lasting change happens through the commitment of people like you who believe that Saskatchewan can be better, that we deserve better. So tonight, let's celebrate how far we've come, and tomorrow we're going to get up and we're going to continue the work. We're going to keep fighting for health care that is there for people when they need it, so that they don't have to drive out of province or pay out of pocket to get it. We're going to fight for our kids so that they get that good education that we all want for our kids and our grandkids, for jobs that pay the bills, and for a Saskatchewan economy that allows every region and every family to get ahead. This campaign, truly, this campaign has shown me more than ever the spirit and the strength of this beautiful province. From cities to small towns, from the north to the south, people have shown their desire for a brighter future. And you know, I've had the privilege of traveling all over this province, and I have fallen even more deeply and completely in love with the people in this province from corner to corner. And that's been really a joy. Together, we're going to keep pushing forward until that brighter future is in reach. So tonight, I ask you to keep the faith. And please, hold your heads incredibly high. We have so much to be proud of. We are stronger than ever because we did this together. And I have a message for those newly elected MLAs tonight. It wasn't so long ago that I don't remember that feeling. Never forget how incredibly special it is for your neighbors to select you to be their representative. And I'd like to say also a huge thank you to everyone who put their name on a ballot in this election. We thank all of you. To the team in caucus, in the party office, all those who came in to work on this campaign, all those who showed up endless hours, I want to say thank you so incredibly much. You know, we had a lot of fun along the way, and I hope we ignited a spark in all of you to show up and keep showing up, because we know that Saskatchewan is looking to us to deliver that better change. If you'll indulge me a quick word to my family, my husband, Guy, my son, Guy, my rock, thank you for your unwavering support. To our kids, Maya, Nolan, Hannah, Chloe, who's with us here, please know that you are my reason why. And despite the outcome tonight, how lucky am I to have such a beautiful and caring, supportive family. My parents, Judy and Ray, are up here with us tonight. You raised us to be people of character and integrity, and you showed us a hell of an example. I love you and thank you. Friends, from tonight, from the lessons learned on this campaign, we will grow, we will learn, and together we will continue this journey towards a Saskatchewan that works for everyone. To all of you, to all of Saskatchewan, I say thank you. This is only the beginning. Let's continue to fight for the future that we believe in. Let's continue to fight for a Saskatchewan that truly is stronger together. Thank you all.
And that was Carla Beck, as you heard her live at the Doubletree Hotel here in Regina, as she gave, I guess, what you would call a concession speech, but a very good speech tonight as her NDP goes down to defeat. Just again, looking at the numbers we have in front of us here, we have 35 for the Sask Party, 26 seats for the NDP. We're actually doing some math here and trying to figure out where that extra seat came from. We're just checking all the other ridings.
Saskatoon Westview.
Saskatoon Westview was the other one. Yeah, that must be it.
Saskatoon Westview has just flipped over to David Buckingham.
Okay.
And he is the apparent winner there by 31 votes.
Yeah. Okay. So we're going to take a quick break, short break, so we can give station identification here, reset, and we'll be back, and we will bring you Premier-elect Scott Moe's speech, hopefully within the next few minutes, as you watch coverage of Sask Votes 2024 on SASKTODAY.ca.
This is 620 CKRM, a Harvard media station. Available everywhere in high-res audio with the CKRM app.
It is 12:11 in Saskatchewan, 11 minutes after midnight. The Sask Party has a majority government in the 2024 general election. Right now leading in 35 seats while the NDP has 26, but that pretty much almost doubles their number of seats that the NDP had at dissolution at when the parliament or the legislature was dissolved at the beginning of October. So that's where they stand now. Doesn't look like too many of these are going to change. That looks like we're about as close to a final number as we're going to get. A couple of them are still rather close, but definitely not enough to change that number for the Saskatchewan Party. So you've just heard from Carla Beck talking to her supporters at the Doubletree in Regina tonight. Clearly a disappointing night. I mean, I don't think if you're an NDP supporter, you can't be anything but disappointed. But at the same time, you have to look at the vote totals and the number of seats you picked up, the number of ridings you picked up, and continue to pitch that momentum. If you're the Sask Party, that's what you continue to do. Let's go to Shellbrook now, where Scott Moe, the Premier Designate or Premier-elect, is marching in amongst his faithful in Shellbrook. Let's listen in.
What a great day to be in Saskatchewan. And I want to begin by saying thank you to a number of people here. First of all, to all the people of Saskatchewan, all who went out and exercised their democratic right to vote and vote for a strong economy and a bright future in our province. Thank you once again, Saskatchewan, for placing your trust in our party in the Saskatchewan. And thank you for electing a majority Saskatchewan party. I want to say a quick thank you to a number of friends, community members, voter supporters that have stuck it out. A number have left as we're late evening and there's school tomorrow and work tomorrow and everything else. But I want to say thank you to all of the voters across Roster and Shellbrook for re-electing myself as your MLA, sending me back to Regina to the Legislative Assembly as your voice within the provincial government. The support that you provide myself, my family, and the honor that I have in representing each and every one of you, each and every day that the opportunity to do that, I appreciate that more than words could ever express. And so I want to say thank you to the community, all of the voters of Roster and Shellbrook. And of course, and I say this often when we're in Regina, but no one serves in public office by themselves. They only do so with the love and support of their families. So I want to say thank you to my children, but most importantly, thank you to my wife of now 31 years. Never do it without you. Thank you as well to our Roster and Shellbrook campaign team that is delinquent, one MLA throughout the campaign as we travel the province. Thank you to Patrick Bundrock and all of the Saskatchewan Party team that is at headquarters. And thank you to the small group of folks that traveled across the province with me in what is now affectionately known as the truck. I want to say a thank you as well to all the candidates from all the parties that ran in this election. Whether you were successful or not, thank you for putting your name on a ballot. It's no small thing to put your name on that ballot, your name on a line sign, and to put yourself out in the public arena. To stand up and say you want to represent your community, you want to represent your neighbors, and you want to represent your friends. And so I would say to each and every candidate that put their name on a ballot this election, I appreciate the fact that you did that, and I thank you for doing that. And I also appreciate the family that you have that supported you in doing that. And I want to say as well that I would say thank you to each of the party leaders for what they have done, not just over the course of the past month, but for the course of their time as a leader. And I want to single out Carla Beck for the very strong campaign that she ran. And I want to thank not only her, but thank her family as well that supports her in the work that she has done each and every day as opposition leader, but also the work that she does as leader of the NDP party. She ran a strong campaign, and credit to Carla Beck. Specifically as well, I would like to thank all of the Saskatchewan Party candidates, and through them, their teams, their supporters, the volunteers, the door knockers. We achieved this campaign a level of volunteer participation that I have never seen before. And so to each volunteer on a Saskatchewan Party campaign, I say thank you, thank you, thank you. We knew when we started this campaign that it was going to be a challenging campaign. Recent history has not been kind to incumbent majority governing parties in this nation or around the world. We saw what had happened in British Columbia, New Brunswick, and Manitoba a short while ago. But we also believed that we had a message and we had a record that we could be proud of. And we knew that we had an outstanding slate of candidates that would work hard to bring that message and that record to the doorsteps across this province. And each of the candidates that ran for the Saskatchewan Party, they did that in an incredible way. And I thank each of them, and I thank the families that supported them. This was a much closer election than what we have seen in quite some time in this province. Just over roughly half of the voters voted for the Saskatchewan Party, and there's another half of the voters that voted for us. I would say this, that I've heard that was received. This will be a government that works for all of the people of Saskatchewan. And now some may allude to tonight's results as means that we are divided in this province, and I would disagree with that. Because I know, regardless of who you voted for in this election, you did so because you wanted what was best for the province that we know, love, and live in. And in this, I would say each of us is united. So tonight, I want to say a couple of words to each and every Saskatchewan resident that voted in this election. First, to the thousands of Saskatchewan voters that supported and re-elected the Saskatchewan Party. Thank you for your ongoing support. 17 years ago, you elected a new government in our province, and tonight, 17 years later, you voted to re-elect that very same Saskatchewan Party to govern. Because you know and believe, as do I, that Saskatchewan's best days are still ahead of us, and you believe that the Saskatchewan Party is the best choice to lead Saskatchewan to that brighter future. So I thank each of you. Now to the thousands of voters that may have supported another party in this election. With the commemoration of 80 years since D-Day this past summer, a place where our forefathers fought and so many made the ultimate sacrifice to defend our democracy and to defend the very right that we have in this province and in this nation to vote, and thereby collectively elect a government. I say thank you to each of you that voted in this election and took part in that great democracy and showed honor to those folks that fought those battles. And I thank those that supported or voted for another party this election for the message that was delivered tonight. I've heard that message, and our team has heard that message, and we must do better. And we most certainly will. When you look at the results tonight, there are many people who voted for the Saskatchewan Party in the past, but chose not to in this election. We have lost your support, whether it be due to management of health care or education or the cost of living pressures that we're all feeling in this province and across this nation. All of us in government, and it starts with myself, we're going to take a little bit of time, we're going to reflect on the message that was sent here this evening, to reflect on just what exactly that means. And you have my word that we are going to do that. And we will strive to earn back your support. We have heard on the doorsteps and in our communities that your expectations of a government is of a government that will do better when it comes to accessing health care services. Your expectations is to have a government that will do better in supporting our children in their education. A government that will do better in representing you. Tomorrow, we're going to go back to work. And we're going to do just that. And I would provide an example. In 2007, for those of us that can remember, we had in this province the longest surgical wait times in the nation of Canada. By investing as a government, and by focusing on the results, by 2014, we had the shortest wait times in the nation of Canada. Well, what we need to do is bring that type of focus to all that we do on behalf of you, the people of this province. And in that focus, we are going to ensure that people in Saskatchewan will be able to find a family doctor. People in Saskatchewan will not have to wait too long for their surgery. We will ensure that the people in Saskatchewan will be able to access mental health and all too often subsequent addictions supports, recovery supports. And we will ensure that families feel safe wherever they choose to live in this province. And we'll also get to work on delivering on the election platform that we had put before the people of Saskatchewan, keeping the promises that we made to each and every person in this province in the election campaign that we had just came through, and working more broadly to achieving the targets that we had set out in our Saskatchewan plan for growth. We will keep Saskatchewan's economy growing, and we will continue to focus on creating new jobs and opportunities so that our children can stay here, and so that we can have the resources to ensure that we can make those investments right back into those classrooms and into our healthcare operations. So on this evening, in a very challenging time for incumbent majority parties across Canada and around the world, it's not lost on me, or it is not lost on your Saskatchewan Party team, that you have provided us with the honour to form a government in this great province for a 5th consecutive time. That hasn't happened very many times in Saskatchewan. In fact, it has happened 3 times, and it hasn't happened since 1960. It's also not lost on me the message that has been sent this evening to our government, to this 5th-term government. There is a message that has been sent, and I'd say that message has been received. We are the Saskatchewan Party, and thanks to the voters of this province, we are still the Saskatchewan government. And our pledge to you this evening is that we will always work and focus on what matters to you and what matters to the people that we represent across this province. And tomorrow, we're going to get back to work, building a strong economy and a bright future for everyone that lives here. So thank you very much to everyone that has joined us this evening. Thank you to the people of Saskatchewan, and God bless our great province of Saskatchewan. Thank you.
That is Premier-elect, we can now call him, Premier-elect Scott Moe, speaking to supporters in Shellbrook tonight, thanking his supporters and talking about just what an interesting job. I did think it was interesting how he acknowledged that they lost some support, which is fairly obvious. But he also sort of mentioned that incumbent governments are kind of taking it on the chin everywhere. But I don't know if that really holds water, does it?
Well, it's certainly been a trend, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But like he said, it's back to work tomorrow and back to the drawing board, especially in Regina, Saskatoon.
Yeah, I mean, these were big losses for the Sask Party.
And
losing
they've got
these
holes to fill in the cabinet for sure.
Absolutely, no question. Was there one more note you wanted to pass on to us?
Yeah, and I just wanted to mention that we do have some close races that are not going to be totally decided. The count is done for the night, but they're not going to be decided until we get the mail-in ballot situation counted and squared away, and that's going to happen on Wednesday. So we have Saskatoon Westview, David Buckingham in the lead there by 31 votes. That's the closest race in the province as of tonight, and the count there is done for the night. So now it's going to come down to the mail-in ballots there. Prince Albert Northcote, where Elena Ross held on there by 125, and that's going to be dependent, again, on mail-in ballots. And we're probably looking at recounts in both those situations.
And for everybody to know, there's 2 counts to go still. So they've done the preliminary count tonight. I think everybody's done now. Then they have, in 3 days, as you mentioned, John, they add in the mail-in ballots that came in before October 26th.
Yeah.
Then in 9 days, they do a final count. And then that one, they add in not just the mail-in ballots that came in after the 26th, though the ones from before, now the ones after the 26th get counted, as well as people who are displaced, so people in hospitals, people who are on remand in jail. I mean, those wouldn't be a ton of votes, but they all count, especially when you're talking about 17 to 30 votes separating 2 people. They could all make a difference.
Yeah, exactly. We've got recount situations for sure in at least 2 ridings. And Saskatoon Willow Grove, it looks like Ken Cheveldayoff is back there, but 255 vote margin in that one for him. And that's one of the close races as well.
Well, I got to tell you, I did not expect to be here at 12:30 in the morning, almost 12:30, still talking about the election. I think we had anticipated a different path tonight. And although the result is probably what we expected, I think the NDP probably performed a little more, but they just couldn't break through that rural wall, and they just couldn't get into any. A couple of those seats goes their way. We're having a different talk tonight. We're still probably doing coverage.
The difference was Moose Jaw and Prince Albert.
Yeah.
Those two cities were the kingmakers tonight in delivering Scott Moe his victory, and that's a huge story. And we see in the final days of the campaign how much time the leaders spent in Moose Jaw and Prince Albert, and with good reason, as it turned out.
To be honest, neither leader could have spent more time there if they built a house there. That's how much they spent there. I mean, that was a lot of time. John, just thank you very much. Handshake there for you, sir. Well done tonight, my friend. Great to have you riding shotgun alongside here with me tonight. Just fantastic job, sir. Well done.
It's been awesome. Thank you very much.
I just want to thank a few people real quick before we send you on your way and off to bed and getting ready for tomorrow. But I want to thank our technical team, first of all. First and foremost, Ryan Machorik, Curtis Gammon, and Alan Lee, who's been working here tonight as our operator. Curtis is doing the amazing job you're seeing on the live stream with the graphics and all the other things that are coming up. Curtis has done such a great job. Alan, you've done a great job tonight, sir. Thank you so much. Also just want to thank the staff at Sask Today, which is Jan Foster and Anastasia Bikoskaya. Just thanking both of them for their kindness and their input and their hard work as we got ready for this evening. And thanks to all our reporters who were out and about tonight. 16 reporters spread out across the province. We didn't get to hear from all of them. We only spoke to the ones in the battleground ridings, John, but they all did a great contribution as well. Lastly, I want to thank you, our audience. Tonight was election night, and as you've seen in other parts of the world, election nights are contentious. They can be disturbing, and you can hear a lot of different things. Tonight, though, we're seeing what we're supposed to see, the peaceful transition of power. Now, in this case, we're not moving from one different party to another, but this is what we're seeing. Calm, reasoned government and calm, reasoned opposition. I think we should be thankful that we live in Saskatchewan and that we live in this fine country, because democracy wins in every one of these elections. So on behalf of everybody at Sask Today, as well as 620 CKRM, GX94, Moose Jaw Today, Sask Ag Today, my name's Andrew Dawson. Thank you very much, and have a good morning.